Hello, everyone, and welcome to this evening's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us voice actors get together and roll dice like we're awesome nerd people, which we are. So, welcome. We're going to do a couple quick announcements here before we kick things off. You want to go ahead and start?
Yeah, I'm that guy that you can't wait to stop talking so the show can get started. So guys, last week we hit 516 on the sub train, okay? And that each week, like in theory, should grow by itself because resubs count. So basically, if we break 516 and make a new record, we will do a giant giveaway which includes everything from hero clicks to Steam keys to D&D swag, books from Felicia, all sorts of stuff. It will be a giant box of wonderful Geek and Sundry related stuff. So that is if we break 516, so there's a reason to keep that train alive, guys. We are also very close to hitting 10K. We are like 160 away from reaching 10,000 subscribers. How many? 154 away from hitting 10K. Now you guys may remember hashtag no shave till 10K. I have not. If we hit 10K, right when we hit, a straw poll will be released into the chat room, and you guys get to vote on what my face gets shaved into for the next week of programming on GNS. And it is very unfortunate that that's how we're going to do it. So tomorrow night on Gather Your Party, it will be Steph and Jessica's birthday. We're going to be throwing a birthday party, and I'm going to let them shave my face and whatever you guys vote on as a birthday present to them.
I know.
It hurts so much. Like, just saying that out loud honestly hurts me a lot.
And it's thick, too. You can get some nice dimension in there.
Great.
Words.
You could build a bear in the beard.
I could build a bit. Yeah, great.
Mr. T.
Can we shave off bits and then reapply them to other parts of the face?
If you want to wear them, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
cool.
might do that, yeah.
And then this weekend, guys, Nerdist is running a 24-hour live stream for Extra Life. You guys may recognize some of the faces that stopped by. They are going to be streaming from our set. So let's welcome them. We'll be hosting it, but I encourage you guys all to head over to Nerdist, twitch.tv/Nerdist this weekend. It'll be Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I will be there the whole time helping out, as well as some of our other Geek and Sundry hosts. So you guys should check that out and help them be part of our team raising money for Extra Life.
Yes.
And Matt, I wanted to thank you for helping us make Battle of the Bands a success last week. We all know that the voting was rigged, and that's why your team won, but it was a valiant effort nonetheless. And if you guys enjoyed that, you should tweet at Geek and Sundry's Twitter and let them know, and we will try to do things like that for you more in the future. That's pretty much all I have. Let's get to 10K and get this stupid stuff off my face.
Thank you very much, Zach. Speaking of shaving, I'm going to take a moment here to mourn the Mercer beard. Those who saw it on Twitter. I was trying to hold out till 10K and Halloween for my costume, but due to work, had to shave it as of last night. So I apologize. I'm in mourning. So please bear with me for this evening going forward. So, a couple announcements, Critical Role related. We have a lot of our party in transit right now. Laura and Travis just flew in from Toronto and will probably be a little bit late to the game. Sam is currently heading here from a session. We'll get here as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Orion will not be joining us again this evening, but hope to have him back next week for Halloween. So things will get rolling as they arrive. Thankfully, we're in a situation in the game where I don't think it'll be too halting. We shall see. Okay, next announcement. We're putting out Critical Role thematic playlists. All the players have put together playlists of Spotify songs that they feel capture aspects of their character and their character's journey as Vox Machina and in the world of Exandria. So those will be releasing every week, starting tonight at 8 p.m. with Percy, I believe. Woo! So Talison's playlists will be available on Geek and Sundry's website.
It's a good one.
Dropping mad jams. I'm not.
No, they're pretty mad.
No, that was awful.
They're mad.
Never mind.
You're allowed.
I'm gonna show you some music.
It's good. Go download Spotify right now so you can go if you haven't. It's free.
There you go.
It's cancer.
It's
It's been a weird week.
It has been a long day.
I've infected friends with Spotify now.
Yeah, as you should.
It's good.
That's what I do.
Infecting friends is fun. A couple of things. For those who haven't seen it already, the D&D Diesel videos went up earlier this week, where we had the wonderful chance, for me at least, the Dungeon Master for half an hour for Vin Diesel, along with Travis and Laura and Jessica and Dan of Nerdist Ilk. Had a great time. hopefully you liked it, and if you'd like to see more stuff like that, hopefully we'll have more things coming up in the future in that vein, because we had a good time. Also, along with that, I released my Witch Hunter class, which was kind of a customized 5th edition class that I designed after I ran that game, based on the character I created for Vin. It went up on the website. Untested, feedback is always welcome, and I will be updating it on the website as feedback comes in and balancing is tweaked for it. So, but have at it, have fun. I hope you guys enjoy it. I had a good time creating it, and it's a good time. Also, just a reminder to you guys, our official Critical Role t-shirts are available on the Geek and Sundry website store. If you want to wear any of the awesome red shirts that we've shown on the show with our full-on Critical Role logo, shown in an exemplary dark fine ink, those are available for purchase.
And keychains.
What if due to like some strange third arm syndrome I can't wear t-shirts? Is there any way I can show my support to the show?
Yes, you can. We have necklaces and keychains with our logo as well, also available in the store. So you're welcome to check those
With my
out.
third arm, I need necklaces and keychains.
Just the season.
3-arm shirts are coming in 2016, though.
Yes, 3-arm shirts will be on the docket. Thank you, Liam. I was trying to get to that. So, yeah,
There's a new shirt up. I didn't know that.
we have a new shirt up.
How do you want to do this?
We
Have
have
it
the How
up.
Do You Want to Do
This
This
has been
shirt
good news
up.
to know.
Oh,
We have now up on the
snap!
store our official How Do You Want to Do This shirt as well.
I want one.
So you can go check that out on the shop. Prepare for the holiday season with your Christmases and your Chanukahs and your Critmases and all that fun stuff to make people look as nerdy as we are, which is, I think, part of my goal personally through world
mean?
domination. Maybe not Liam. Everyone but Liam can look weird. There's no way to help you.
Can I just interject for a second, only because I'm hot as hell? I just want to thank @PupGames on Twitter for making me this fabulous stealthy cloak. I'm going to take it off in about 2 minutes because it's more t-shirt weather here in the studio. So I'll just let everybody bask in the glow of my absence of light for 2 minutes, and then I'm going to switch to t-shirt mode.
You're so stealthy.
Where'd Liam go?
What dog is this?
It's mysterious.
Holy shit.
Alrighty. Also, our cast interviews on the Geek and Center website are almost over. Ryan's went up today, and those will be finishing up shortly.
But we have Spotify lists
Yep,
to replace them.
Spotify list coming
So
up.
there's still more content.
If you've missed any of the
Always
cast interviews, they're all available on the website, so feel free to check them out.
Yeah.
Marisha, if you wanted to follow up on the 826LA news you had.
Yes, 826LA. They're in a campaign right now for, let me sure I get all this right, for LA 2050, which is a big contest that's sponsored by Goldhirsch right now. And it's all for sponsoring education and a brighter future for Los Angeles. So 826LA and Young Storytellers are actually partnering together, and they're in this contest right now, and you have to go vote, and they could potentially win $100,000, which is awesome. And we've got critters. I think they'll win. So you have to go vote. I tweeted the link. So the mods go find it on my Twitter, or you can just search hashtag LA2050 and you should be able to find it. So yeah, and go vote, help them win
If Team
100K.
Human Critters come up there and
Okay.
make this happen.
Also, there's they just announced they're going to be opening an 826 LA, or sorry, not 826 LA, but an 826 in San Francisco.
Awesome.
Another 826 in San Francisco?
Oh, is there another? I guess so.
Yeah, because there's one. There's one.
They might be opening a second one.
They might be opening that. That would make
I think
sense.
they announced they're opening one.
There you go.
I
I'm
think.
retweeting you right now.
Okay. Talison's retweeting me.
So there you
Okay,
go.
find
Follow
it.
either of their Twitters to get the
But
information.
go vote. Help them win 100K.
All right, Taliesin, you wanted to mention something about Tara's.
I do. Tara Platt, who's a wonderful, wonderful friend of the show and amazing voice actress and extremely fabulous in many different ways. She's a sky pirate. She does all sorts of crazy stuff. She's got an Indiegogo for an interactive book called, and I'm hoping I pronounce this right, Zartana, which you should check it out. It's really cool. It's really pretty and beautiful. It's got like a very Stardusty kind of vibe. I've already picked up my copy.
I got my copy.
So you should go. There's just a
Yeah.
couple days left. Just hop in and grab a copy for yourself. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah,
And
it's like about a kind of gypsy girl, and it's got a bunch of recipes, and it teaches you how to like make a bow, and has herb cards
It's
and all
crazy.
sorts of cool stuff.
For-
I was into it immediately.
For the cool child in your life this Christmas, this would be
yeah.
for the kid who needs something that's not quite outdoors but not quite a video game.
Zartana.
Sartana.
There you go.
Indiegogo.
Also, I will be in Onicon in Galveston, Texas over Halloween. So if you're in Galveston, Texas, and it's Halloween and you want to go to an anime con, I'll be there and I'll be in costume and it will be pretty hilarious. So,
Boom.
And last but not least, last Thursday, while we were here looking at dead versions of ourselves hanging from a tree, Superpower Beatdown won a Geeky.
Oh,
Yeah.
Top.
Yeah. I'm glad I came here
that was
instead of going to the award show. Totally worth it. But we want a Geeky, so I thought I should say that.
Well earned.
That's awesome.
Thanks.
You nerd.
Thanks.
Good on you.
Yeah.
Good on
you should wear it like bling.
Yeah.
Get a chain for it. Be great.
Once again, like, yeah, no.
No, never mind.
you. Alrighty. Any other announcements anyone needs to make?
God damn it! It keeps happening.
I'm good.
Alrighty. Well then, let us go ahead and get ourselves tuned in for tonight's episode of Critical Role. And welcome back. So, everyone, we have our Sam arrived, and
Samurai.
have our Sam arrived.
That's new.
Lauren Travis in transit. They'll be here as soon as they. Well played. So, to give us a little overview of the current story, two nasty individuals known as the Briarwoods, Lord and Lady Briarwood, have for the past 5 years been occupying the city of Whitestone, which was once the home to Percival here, after it was forcefully taken from his family, most of which seemingly have been either killed or lost in the process, and he was scattered to the four winds to find Vox Machina. After encountering the Briarwoods in Iman, in a scuffle that took place, the Briarwoods retreated to Whitestone, inviting the party to come and say hello. Since then, the party has prepared the best they could, made their way towards Whitestone, and through some bit of infiltration and subterfuge, managed to sneak into the city itself. They, under the guise of Scanlan's seeming illusion, appeared to be as common folk as the rest of the poor saps that still live in Whitestone. They scoped out an abandoned tavern, which they fitted to their needs as kind of a base of operations, and also managed to come across a central portion of Whitestone's city structure and history, known as the Sun Tree. A tree once risen to the might of the sun god Pelor, now lies dead in the center town, and from it hung 8 figures that appeared to have been individuals killed, hung, and painted up and dressed to resemble Vox Machina as essentially a warning or a welcome. It's hard to tell when it comes to the Briarwoods, but nevertheless, a message was definitely delivered. The party retreating back to the tavern, set up for the remainder of the afternoon. Keyleth carved through her druidic magical ways through the ground to find some of the roots of the Sun Tree and began preparing an extensive, time-consuming ritual in hopes of restoring some semblance of life to the entity itself. So, that is where we left off. So, while the rest of you have been going about your preparations for the rest of the afternoon, as this ritual for Keyleth is an 8-hour ritual, and it begun in the early afternoon, around 1-2 o'clock. So this will conclude by around sundown, a little past sundown. While she's down there, essentially meditating with the barren roots of the sun tree, is there anything you guys would wish to do, or are you just waiting for her to complete her ritual?
Well, there are options.
What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? we have to get water, right? There was some issue about we don't have any water, do we?
Was that an issue?
I don't remember. There was some wells around.
Can I do a few checks while I'm kind of preparing the ritual to kind of see if this is a curse over this tree?
Go ahead and make a religion check, I guess.
Not great. Hang on, my ring of protection is in the way.
Isn't it always?
9.
9. Honestly, it's hard to tell if it's a curse, the tree itself is just dead, or you are very well connected with the natural essences of the world and the life essence of plants and natural growth. All of your interactions with the sun tree are devoid of any response. It seems dead where it stands. But as you continue your ritual,
God, I hope this works.
anyone else have anything more?
Well, a couple of things. Grog and I were keeping watch, and I forget one of us was on the first floor and one's on the second. I'm just going to say that I was on the second.
Okay.
For now, because I can't remember. It's probably wrong. I'm going to take all daggers out of my blinkback belt except for the keen dagger and replace them with wooden stakes that I purchased. And I'm going to spend an hour or so, whatever it takes to, I've got partial gloves on. I'm going to take that symbol of Sarenrae, and I'm going to take as much time as it needs to sort of sew it so that it is fixed firmly to the back of my right hand.
Okay.
And I tell Grog that I'm going to go down below and check, and I follow the path all the way down to find, I think everyone else is down there.
Oh, hi, Vax.
I step over Scanlan's head and I kneel down by Keyleth and gently place a hand on her shoulder and say, "What do you need? What can I get?"
I don't really know. I don't know if this is going to work, to be totally honest. The tree's dead. Do you have any of that holy water?
I got holy oil, not water.
Holy water.
Do I have holy water? I don't know if I took one or not. I can't remember.
Didn't write it down. It's not in your inventory.
I'm probably pretty good about that. I don't think I took one.
In the meantime, there are options.
I got 2. I remember it. It was 2 vials of holy oil. I gave one to my sister, and I have the other. If you think it will help, you take it.
Okay.
Do you need me to get water?
Yeah, let's get some water.
Yeah, because as you guys went through the tavern, you found there was no actual water. There was old ale. There was still a few casks of wine. Stuff that was just abandoned when whoever previously was the owner of this tavern either left Whitestone or fell to a worse fate. But there was no just plain water to drink. So
I'm gonna go out into the street and I'm gonna find water.
I can show you where there's water.
What?
I've lived here my whole life.
Are you guys disguised?
Yeah, we all
Yes.
are. We all are.
they're still technically under your seeming
Okay,
spell for
yeah.
the next few hours at least.
Yeah, we cannot let that go.
That has a range. Does that have a range? No, it just lasts.
It's
It's okay,
As
I'm
far as I know, it
underground.
lasts just for an 8-hour period.
Okay.
I'll double check.
Percival, do you want to come upstairs to the window and
coming.
point? Oh, you're coming too. All right.
Yeah, of course.
Let's go. You're my son. Let's go.
There you have it. Yeah, it just lasts for 8 hours and allows you to change the appearance of.
Great. We're still peasants.
Remember, we also have Heroes Feast up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Advantages on wisdom throws and whatnot.
Hit point bonus, advantage on wisdom throws.
Great.
No,
Yeah,
No.
2d10 hit points. Max
I
hit
have
points.
my advantages still.
Oh, that's right. I got a good roll on that.
So I'm going to lead them to the closest well.
Okay. Stealthily.
I'm gonna kind of start I've kind of cleared out around the roots. And
Like it's just earth and then giant roots from a very large tree that go past. Like you aren't at the bottom of the roots. You met the roots as you were carving through.
Right.
They go even deeper than where you are.
Yeah. Can I just kind of start carving almost like a little ravine around it for where we're gonna start pouring the water?
If you've already started the 8-hour process of the secondary spell,
Okay.
you would not be able to interrupt that to continue another spell you've been doing. I could say that you did that as part of your preparation for the roots.
Right.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. It'd be a small ravine because you also don't want to
Damage anything.
damage anything. So.
Or drown
Right,
it
so
or anything.
okay, so you continue your ritual.
Yeah.
The rest of you make your way out the same window that you entered into the alleyway, following Percival. You lead them to the back of the tavern into one of the large alleyways between this chunk of the city. You find there was a grassy area. Most of the grass here has turned gray and brittle as it is starting to push towards the winter months. And even for the daytime, the temperature is pretty chilly. It's probably around 50 or so degrees, 55 Fahrenheit for our un-American friends. So eventually you make your way to the nearest well that you've been to, and there is a bucket there. It looks like it has gathered some dust and some cobwebs. You put the bucket and you let it down, and eventually it finds its way into the water. It's pretty deep before it hit the water. You don't know if it's been just like water level of this particular well itself is drying up, but you managed to get a bucket up. You pull it up and check it out. It looks clear. You take the water back with you to the tavern. Seemingly uneventful. You guys have managed to stay far enough out of sight where nothing seems to have caught your attention.
Should we scout around and see if there's anything else around the hideout that we should be aware of, or any other hiding places or safe
I
houses?
feel like we should probably bring a little more water than one bucket. So we should spend a little bit of time doing that. But maybe I can, my sister and I can have a look around and see if there's anything that we've missed outside.
Well, here's the question, is it... There's 3 lordly houses that we have to avoid at all costs for now.
Okay.
There's a few shops that if we feel might be in our best interest to scout out. I know where an old weapons depot used to be.
Ooh.
We could check the temples to maybe see if we could maybe find some support to begin with.
Do we trust anyone here?
We need friends.
There might be people I trust.
Is there a central meeting place?
There's a temple.
Is that a place where you can really chat up brand new people? Or is there a pub?
It's a
I
place
guess it's not really a pub town.
It's
is it?
not a pub town, and it's a place where you don't necessarily chat up new people, but maybe find some old ones.
Okay. We could go there.
First of all, we're on your turf, so I'll follow your lead.
If we have just enough time, I'd like to try to go to the temple in the cemetery. Leave maybe Grog and Vex to guard Keyleth.
Okay. So Keyleth, you're staying behind to finish the ritual.
I'm doing what I do best. I'm gonna focus all my
Okay,
energy.
so there are 2
into
temples in here. There's the temple to Pelor, which is known as the Zenith within the graveyard.
The Zenith is the one I wanted to
Okay.
go to.
What's the other one?
The other one is called the Ladies' Chamber. It's a temple of Arrakis.
Sounds fun.
But I don't know anybody there.
I might.
And then
That's why I'm afraid they might know you. So no.
the Ladies' Chamber, this temple to Arathis, is more central to the city and is partially a courtyard, partially like a half dome, kind of an amphitheater almost place of worship. You guys make your way through the city. Have you all roll stealth checks if you could?
Or we're not trying to hide, are we?
We're not
Well, if
trying
you're not trying to hide, then make deception checks instead. This is to
Awesome. Possum.
What do I rolled an 18 for something.
Can I choose to hide instead of deceive?
if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'll hang a little bit back from them.
I was trying to be stealthy as well, so.
Okay.
Although I'm fine either way.
I'm better
23.
I'm better deceiving.
Okay.
6.
All right, so we have 2 folks staying to the shadow as best they can in broad daylight, in a clustered city, and 1 child-looking
Peasant.
pauper of a boy wandering through the city alone towards the graveyard. All right, as you guys make your way through, you guys kind of staying off to the side, jumping or running through buildings and staying off the main path. You kind of walk along the central road to the far eastern side of Whitestone. A few folks, come out during the day. Some are carrying bundles of textile goods. There's one guy who has a small cart, and it looks like he's bringing tools and stuff from either to or from a store of some kind. Kind of gives you a curious look as if he hasn't seen you before, but doesn't seem to.
Good day, sir.
Okay, and just keeps rolling along. The wheels kind of squeaking as he pushes up the road.
Wish I had a yo-yo.
How about a wheel and stick?
Oh, the wheel and stick would be good.
It's really the
Whatever
classic.
Eventually, you guys make your way to the far eastern side of Whitestone. This is where the boundary wall that surrounds most of the city from a defensive standpoint lies. There is the multiple exit points throughout this wall. You kind of dart around the outskirts of it, being careful to kind of avoid the pattern of the undead giants that are slowly stomping through the city, like these hulking sentinels that sort of walk in a perpetual pattern through the town. You follow the winding path through the thick woods, just on the outside of the walls of the city itself. You sticking to the path in your open way, or do you want to join them in the side of the forest?
Well, I gotta stick with them, I guess. Although I like being a young peasant boy. It's kind of fun. All right, I'll go with them.
All right. So, the 3 of you dart off into the woods, kind of skirting the outside of the road, but making your way, following it to the outside of the graveyard itself. Eventually, you come to the outside of the graveyard, large iron fence that marks the outside of it. It's rusted from just time. Small spikes mark the very top of it, about 6 feet tall, and the gate itself is partially open. And with a little bit of breeze that's blowing through, very, very cold breeze that blows through this part of the forest, it's kind of opening a little bit against itself. You push through the gate.
Wait a minute. Nope. Let me look. I'm just gonna move in 10 feet ahead and see what I see.
Okay.
That is a 23 for perception.
Okay. You skirt up and look inside, and there's a handful of trees in little clusters here and there, but for the most part, this old graveyard is flat land with just stones set up throughout. The older stones have very little rhyme or reason to their placement. They're a little kind of sporadically thrown around. The fresher ones tend to be more clustered with family names. It definitely looks like something that was put here when the town was founded, and has been slowly expanded over time. And it's not uniform.
I hiss back at Percy. This is the way to your temple.
Yes.
Through here.
Yes.
You do see a little ways ahead, in the center of this open barren area, there is a stone temple that has, from what little you can see, a bit of stained glass pattern to it.
Do we knock?
Is it safe? Should we go up?
We go up to the doors and
You're
give
a
it a tug.
scout.
Okay. Percy walks up to the doors.
Oh, we're going.
All right.
This is my neighborhood. I feel comfortable.
Okay. You
All right, Papa, let's go.
you go to the doors of the temple, the large wooden doors, which in them are carved this like flaming wreath into the wood. It looks almost like the outer ring of the classical depiction of a sun going across the sky, where you can see the waving flames licking to the sides of the actual doors. And it is a double door. As you tug on the handle at the front, it gives very, very little to you.
Like a civilized person.
And you give a little more of a tug on it, not enough to gather attention, but just enough to really see if it's just stuck or if it's locked. And it appears that the doors are not opening.
Let me have a look.
Thank you. This is what he does.
This is what I do. This is an old type of lock. Hold on.
There is no lock, actually.
There's no lock. Oh, but I rolled a natural 20. Does that help me get through the door?
Suddenly a lock appears. Utterly pickable.
Utterly pickable. This is the most pickable lock I've ever seen.
There is no lock.
Pull out an Amex.
It is barred from the other side. There is some heavy wooden plank that is currently set on the other side of the door.
Where's a grog when you need him? Yeah.
So, with your expertise in these sort of circumstances, you know that with the proper placement of a long blade and enough strength and weight put at the right fulcrum point, you can probably shimmy it off, and it may take a little bit of teamwork to do so.
Okay, who's got a... Mine are all very small. Do you have a short sword? I remember you having a short sword.
Everything I have is short.
Actually,
I can just go in there and open it from the inside.
Oh, right. I always forget.
Would you?
It's not concentration, so I can just jump in there.
Essentially,
Don't
with
fuse with a church pew.
if you're referring to a dimension door.
Correct. It's not concentration, I don't think so.
No, it is not concentration.
More of a sneeze.
Yep. Yeah. You can visualize it. It doesn't have to be a place you've seen yet.
I can just go. I can say I want to go 10 feet in that direction.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, do 2 feet.
Okay. Before I do, why are we trying to get in here? I thought it was to meet people. I don't think there's anyone in there.
I would like to find out what happened.
Okay. Good enough for me. I go in.
Okay. With a burst of kind of dark purplish energy, Scanlan steps through the door, leaving no mark or trace behind. On the other side, you hear this muffled as he reappears on the opposite side, completing his transition. You appear now in the central worship hall of the Zenith Temple. To each side of you, you can see there are windows, about 10-foot wide stained glass windows, about every 10 feet around this pattern. It looks like 3 to each side. There are pews set up for the masses to come and sit and worship, but a lot of the pews have been pushed off to the side, set astray. Some have been destroyed and ruined, and there's a pile in the corner of a number of sundered and tattered pews. There is a red carpet that marks the center that goes all the way to looks like a raised altar on the opposite side of the room. You can see that some of the stained glass further down has been shattered and broken, and a little bit of sunlight kind of creeps through. You also, you can see there is on the altar a large stone platform that has, it's hard to see quite from this distance. Make a perception check.
Scanlan, open the door. Yeah, we do have earrings. 17.
There appears to be something on the altar in the distance, small and kind of scattered about it, but from this distance it's hard to make out the details. But you do hear Vax muffling through the door.
All right, how big is this thing that's keeping the door shut?
It's about 8 feet wide, about a foot, 8 feet long, about a foot wide, and about 6 inches thick. Big old piece of just wooden board.
A couple 100 pounds?
Percival,
100
you were about to say that you have a
Say
barn or
probably
something?
weighs about
I do have a blade. I've never used
40,
it for
50
anything.
pounds. It's
40,
just-
50 pounds?
It's wood. It's
And
porous.
how high off the ground? Could I touch it? Could I
You can touch it. It gets to about your head, a little higher.
All right, I'm gonna try to lift it off.
Go ahead and make a strength check. Athletics. Make this athletics.
Athletics. Not good. 12.
It's not bad.
From this position, it's not even budging.
Oh no.
Right, Scanlan,
Yo, oi!
step back from the door a couple of paces. I'm going to stick a blade through the doors.
It's not gonna do much. There's a big, heavy, heavy thing. Heavy thing.
I'm going to hold on one side, you're going to hold on the other, and we'll do it together. Percy, can I borrow your blade?
I've never used this. I've had it since I created the character, and I have never used this blade once. This is the most use it's ever gotten. I pull out this
Stab the door.
pristine piece of shit. Just... I don't even
Level-
remember.
level
I
3
think I
piece of
found it in the
shit.
dungeon. It's terrible. And
What is it?
it's I believe it was like it was a like boarding sword. It was one of those little curved
Right,
swords.
so a scimitar,
Scimitar,
or falchion.
yeah.
Okay.
But like short. It was nothing. It was terrible.
It's all we need.
Yeah. So get it in there.
All right, Scanlan, grab some rags or something, wrap it around the blade. You're going to lift on your side. We're going to lift on this side.
I get the sharp side?
I can't get the handle through the crack in the door.
All right. I feel like there's some sort of spell I could use. All right, let's just do it your way.
You got that big beast hand? Does that interfere?
Yeah, I've got like a million things I could do,
Are
but
any of
let's
them
do it this way.
concentration spells?
That's the thing, right?
Big Beast probably concentration, but I've also got a potion of strength.
What?
What
No,
else?
seeming isn't concentration.
I thought it was.
No, you just cast it and it lasts for 8 hours.
Oh, never mind
So
then.
you don't
If you
need to
wanna-
worry about that.
No, no, no. I want to follow this through. Let's do this.
Let's keep
All right,
going.
All right, can we lift it together?
We can try.
All right.
Okay.
This is
All
the
right.
Count of
genius
three.
thing we've ever done.
So this is going to be the three of you as a skill challenge. I want all three of you to roll, not athletics, just a straight strength roll.
1, 2,
So roll d20.
Three.
Add your
16.
Plus strength. 12. Wait, did you get a 4? 4! We're the worst! We're the weakest members. Oh, I cut my hand! Oh!
Which is exactly what happens, actually.
Big B's hand. Big B's hand. Big B's hand.
I'm gonna take damage.
Yeah, first and foremost, you take 4 points of slashing damage
course
to your
I do.
hand. You pull back, and there's a line of blood now. You're going to
Damn
drip
it,
off your
people.
hand, and you kind of shake it amongst yourself.
Send all the big strong men.
Oh, I
Can't
can't say
open the door.
goddammit in here. I'm in Pelor's. sorry, Pelor? Is
Let's
that
use
Pelor,
the
yeah.
sword. I want to see
God
how
bless
this
you.
plays out.
Gesundheit, Pelor.
Man.
Man, all right. Well, geez, Louise.
Whip out the purple hand, man.
Seems like overkill. What about just a thunder wave? Can I do that?
Certainly.
All right.
Throwing everything we've got
Does
at
it
the store.
only affect living things, or does it affect?
Wait. Scanlan, are there any windows in
They
there?
said the window was broken.
Oh, there are windows. Good call. Good call.
It's a blast of thunderous energy in an area. It would affect living and non-living matter. Yes.
Hold on, this is stupid.
Are you sure?
We're going to the window.
Stupid.
We're going to the window.
No. Let's carry this out.
No, we're going to the window. Please do not destroy the temple.
3 hours later, we're still trying to open the door.
It's not even locked. It's just heavy-ish.
Yeah, I can Big V's hand it. I'll just
Which
Big
way
V's
to the
hand.
window? I
he's
can
gonna
walk in
crawl.
the
There's a
window.
window. It's up there. You can make it, but
I could probably
Percy
lift
can't.
the door bar from inside.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, you could probably.
With your help, son.
Yeah, but I could blast it. It'd be very dramatic.
Let's save that for later. Important
All right,
stuff. All right.
fine.
So, where's the window? Which way do I go?
So
through the
you-
door?
It's to the right.
Yeah,
And,
there are window shattered on both sides. They're broken a little higher up. So you can either continue to break the bottom part of the window or just attempt to leap through the hole.
Yeah, I'll attempt to leap
Okay, so
through
make an
it.
acrobatics check.
The saga of the door.
Just a door, you guys. It's just a door.
25.
25. You get a running start, leap off the side, and parkour up between the between the actual. There's an extension to the side where another room is that's attached on each side of the temple towards the back.
Yes.
You leap off that wall onto the a small pillar that's holding the side of the window, and then up through the broken portion of the stained glass landing, 3-point landing on the inside. You almost land in one of the shattered piles of wooden pews with splinters and jagged pieces of wood sticking out. It's about a foot away from you, and you're like, oh, that was close. And you see Scanlan across the way. You see the altar to your right.
Hey, oi! Your stupid idea cut my hand.
Builds character. I'm gonna stay away from the altar and just skirt the wall all the way around.
Okay. You get to the door.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna try to help. You want to help me lift this thing?
With my good hand.
Come on,
yes.
shorty.
All right. All right. Have both you guys make strength checks.
All right.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna get some assistance. I call my unseen servant to assist.
Okay.
He's gonna lift with us.
Simon, with the brief burst of wind energy, a shimmering form, somewhat humanoid in shape, but still amorphous, appears
Hi, Daryl.
and begins to shove itself up against the bottom of the wooden bar. So make a check as well.
Well, that was a 6. Is that for me?
That's for you, and then roll and add 5 for your unseen servant.
Okay, so 5 extra to that is 11, right? No?
Roll again and add 5.
Oh, I see.
You got a 6.
4. So that's 9.
The three of you, one mystically summoned from a plane beyond your
lift
own, cannot seem to budge this single wooden door. You've defeated beholders. You've slaughtered Ithilin underneath the Underdark, deep in the
Having a
belly
bad
of the
day.
planet. But this door bests you.
Man, Laura and Travis ain't missing shit.
All right, I'm doing it. Step back.
Whip out the hand.
All right, I summon Bigby's hand, the mightiest hand that will ever unlock a door ever. Bigby's hand.
Giant glimmering purple fist appears in your vicinity. You just reaches over and it grabs the bottom of it. Go ahead and roll a d20.
Oh my god.
Come on.
12
Plus 8 to it.
plus 8, 20.
How do you want to do this?
One of his fingers just goes boop, and
With one finger?
the door
Overkill.
opens up and Percy stands there looking not
Was
very
it
happy.
overkill? Because really, it took that.
It took 3 spells
That's
to
exactly
open this door. 3
It's
spells.
not overkill if you use what it took.
3 spells, and I injured myself.
We took damage from an inanimate object. Oh God!
It's mucking up.
All right,
Get it out of our system now.
Welcome, Percy.
Oh God! All right, I'm looking around. I'm taking in the damage. Anything that I notice is particularly out of whack from the last time I was here. Other than them upgrading the locks, apparently.
You looking about, the place looks pseudo ransacked. There has been much force used in whatever destroyed these pews. The glass that was broken from the outside in, so it definitely seemed like there was someone throwing a rock through it or an intrusion from an outside standpoint. As you walk further down and look around, the 2 rooms to the side, the doors are closed, and there is the altar at the top, and you do see there's like a couple small sacks kind of laid to the side of the altar. What looks to be some low lit candles, and there are some braziers, one to each side of the altar and one against each wall. All of them appear to be long, dark, and out. Go ahead and make a perception check.
All of us, or just
All of you.
15?
15.
Okay. You both, as you kind of approach the far side of the temple towards the altar, you notice the brazier to the right is smoldering ever so gently. Just a very just a very, very faint glow of ember to it.
What's the matter?
Raynal.
Who? Raynal.
Father Raynal?
Oh.
Father Raynal! Let's check one of the doors. Start on the door on the right.
Okay. You step up. You can see now on top of the altar, there appears to be a couple of glass vials that are kind of overturned. A little liquid is spilt. You can see bits of broken glass across the bottom, kind of the one step that leads down from the altar's raised platform.
I'm gonna dip and smell.
Okay, we'll make an investigation check.
13.
13, okay. Looking at just the general vicinity of the altar, you kind of taste the liquid. It's definitely somewhat caustic in nature. You can't really determine it, but just touching it to your tongue, the tongue goes numb for a second. You feel a slight burn. Your nostrils tend to kind of clear out a little bit from just the scent. There is like some random powders and such that are kind of been brushed off. You get the feeling that the way that all this is treated, it wasn't so much like it was destroyed more than it was hastily packed up. Roll a perception check.
20.
20, okay. Looking about the outside of the altar, you do notice that around the brazier that is slightly smoldering, there is a layer of ash that is just kind of gathered on the inside of the brazier and a little bit on the floor around its base.
Okay.
Someone's been working on something in here.
It couldn't just be ash from the thing that's burning?
If you look at the other braziers, there is no ash around it, and most of the ash is contained. The wood ash itself tends to fall; it's a little heavier. This seems to be a lighter shade of ash, and is more of a has kind of found its way out of the brazier from just the heat and the air.
I want to smell the ash. Does it smell like some sort of? Does it smell like is it perfumed? Is it?
You lean down and you take some of the ash in your fingers and smell it. It's not perfumed, but you had some experience with dealing with various burning materials. This is definitely paper-based ash. You do also notice underneath the brazier there is one sliver of paper that was not wholly burned.
Paper. It's a golden ticket.
Without sufficient magical essence, the distillation has proven to consistently fail. A shame, really. I shall seek an influx of materials elsewhere before I can continue this project. Regarding the weapon, after a year of taking notes from eyewitness accounts, my original designs were faulty and recently cost me my hand. The Wind of Fortune has seen a shift, it seems, as Silas just returned from Emon. Having encountered the still-living subject and had the pleasure of seeing his work firsthand, his unnatural eyes took in much detail. I believe his observations have brought me to the brink of finishing my design. I intend to journey from Whitestone within a couple of months to gather the components needed. But if Delilah's hunch is correct, the subject is heading here. I may find myself needing to leave sooner than anticipated.
Ooh,
They're trying to copy your work.
copy.
Why?
For war. For war.
I want to take another look at
Wait,
everything
copy
that was
his-
on the altar, and I want to see
his
if it
guns?
see if it looks.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
18.
And testing was there. I mean, a lot of material has been kind of scattered and mixed, but there are elements that resemble the black powder you've used in some of your constructs and tinkering in the past.
They're making guns. We're just
Well, we know we're looking for someone without a hand.
to do what?
To find out who's trying to copy my work, and
It's someone who's working with Silas, right?
yes. Let's check the rest of the temple.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go up on the altar. Was there a small something on the altar?
What you noticed were like some of the glass vials that were overturned, and
What's in the pouches?
looking at the pouches, it looks like some of them contained phosphorus, some of them contained other chemical reagents that were used in the research, but most have been emptied, and there's just a residuum on the inside.
Checking the door on the right.
Okay. Door on the right
Going with.
opens up into what was Father Reinald's room. As the door opens, you're immediately hit with the terrible smell of decay. And you can see, kind of shoved under the bed that first appears on the opposite side of the small room, what appears to be the remains of Father Reinald, long past and kind of left to fester beneath his bed.
Can I tell how he died?
You're welcome to go ahead and take a look. Roll an investigation check.
23.
23. Looking at the body, it appears that there are a series of puncture wounds, rapier-based. They're too long, like stiletto. They're too long to
not
be a
teeth.
dagger. No.
Okay.
They're inflicted by a weapon, a long, thin weapon, and multiple to the torso.
I'm going to search the room for anything else. Search the body.
Okay. Searching the body, searching the room, it looks like everything of interest has been taken from the place. You find some leftover stale food. You find some candles that are generally used for the purposes of worship here in the temple, but anything beyond that, all the drawers have been emptied. Everything has been taken by whoever was previously setting up residence in this facility.
How many? Are there any holy symbols or anything that we might take to give to Keyleth? I don't know. Wasn't she gonna? I don't know. Do some holy shit.
You do notice that, I mean, throughout the temple there are images of Pelor, a flame-wreathed face, various sun stars that are set up. Most of them have been profaned, marked on, shattered, or covered in soot. And an intentional effort has been made to dampen the power of Pelor in this once holy place.
Are there any untouched?
None that are untouched, but there are some that could possibly be cleaned. A couple of small medallions that are hanging up actually in the room where the father lays.
I'll snag those.
Okay.
I want to check the other room. The
Okay.
room to the left.
Make a perception check.
So much perception.
All of us?
19.
20.
All right. As you walk back into the main temple,
Finish first.
all right, your ears catch a faint, distant sound like a strong wind pushing through a mountain pass. This like low, mournful wail type sound.
What's that?
No wind is moving. There is a stillness to the air.
Stepping back into the darkest shadows I can see.
As you guys kind of take in this sense, the sound, it gets louder and louder. At which point, the air itself gets colder and colder. As you kind of nervously exhale, you can see your breath becoming visible in the air around you. As you all kind of look at each other, you kind of stepping back into what shadows there are, as it is a very open temple. It's a temple of sun.
32 stealth.
You find what tiny little alcove you can of shadow. It's not going to offer a lot of protection once you move, but for now you seem to be out of the circumstance.
I grab Percy and I make us both go invisible.
Okay.
So what is that? A third level invisibility spell?
Yeah. You guys both vanish, holding your place on top of the altar. And as that moaning tends to grow louder and louder, you can see this shimmer at the doors that are open on the opposite side of the room. It looks like a woman, a form of a woman, but translucent in nature, just drifting in, giving off the horrible sound as it drifts in, and you see it looking around. And it's just, the features are gaunt as it gets closer. It looks elven by racial nature, but the eyes are just these sunken, faintly glowing sockets. The hair kind of wild and matted and floating behind it, its hands kind of reaching out. And as it gets partway through the temple, it looks like it's seeking something. And then its eyes fall directly on you two.
I'm throwing a dagger right now.
Let's go ahead.
What if she was a good guy?
Banshee, man.
What if it's a good banshee?
I don't think so. I don't
Some of the banshees that I've met have been decent. We're rolling for initiative?
There's Susie the Banshee. Is that alright?
I'm glad I used half my spells trying to get into this goddamn place.
She's pretty good.
Well,
Off to the side there.
well,
He means well.
he means well. That's a terrible costume.
You guys are up on the altar there.
You built, like, you were so prepared for me to go to the temple that you built it?
I built the whole city because I didn't know where you guys were gonna go.
Jesus,
The whole city, but
He does
places
have
of
a
interest.
pile of maps over there.
Shh, don't look at it.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
I'm just noting the pile.
So, first and foremost, let's go ahead and roll initiative.
Okay.
You will get a surprise round.
Okay.
Dope.
Natural 20 for initiative as well.
You finally had a good initiative roll.
I got a 7.
I got an 11.
Okay.
Together, we can get a Slurpee. I don't know what, like, I'm weird tonight. I don't know what's up.
All right.
Well, I can't do anything.
All right. Well,
That's not
first
true.
and foremost, before anything happens, This entity, as it notices your presence, it begins to transform and its image becomes more horrifying. As you pull your dagger out, I need all of you guys to roll a wisdom saving throw.
You have advantage.
You have
You have
advantage.
advantage.
Natural 20. I rolled a 1 and then a natural 20.
Nice.
17.
17.
Thank you for the advantage.
You're welcome.
Oh God.
You're welcome.
Scanlan?
11.
With advantage?
I also always have advantage. So do I get to roll a third time?
Doesn't
Okay.
stack.
Unfortunately, you are considered frightened by this entity. It
Wait, can you be
scares
frightened
the crap
when
out of you.
after?
You can't be
You
frightened.
can't be frightened after
a
Hero's
meal-
Feast.
Hero's
Ah,
Feast.
then never mind. You feel it shake your
Are
form
you
for a
glad we ate
second.
that
I am
$1,000
now.
meal?
Its horrible visual presence kind of for a second freaks you out, but then you remember the knowledge your friends are here and you have to serve a purpose, and you shake off any sort of.
Not only do I shake it off,
You had a breakfast.
I gird my loins.
You had your reason.
Pull them up and get ready.
You're
All
You're
right.
immune. Just for a refresher, you're immune to poison, disease, and fear, and you have advantage on your wisdom throws.
Wow.
should do this every time we fly.
Or
Well,
or
it's
live.
expensive. It's
So
expensive.
it's fine.
Great.
So,
So do I get to attack and then move into the combat round where I got a natural 20 plus 5 for initiative?
you go first.
Yes.
Technically, it's not a surprise round because the creature can sense life and saw them before it happens.
All
so it wasn't ambushed.
Okay.
But you do get to go first, and you do get to go before it.
All right.
And use of surprise. I didn't mean to use it in the surprise round fashion.
Okay. So
Yeah,
then
these entities
attack.
can detect living creatures up to 5 miles away.
So there's no sneak attack damage on this thing, is there?
If you get to it first, you still have advantage.
All right.
So it doesn't see you. You're still hidden from it. So
15. So this is a 26 to
that
hit.
hits.
Okay. And this gets the sneak attack damage?
This would, yes.
All right. So here we go. But it's not a critical hit from assassinate because
It is not
it's
surprised.
not surprised.
Correct.
All right. So that's a 4 plus 7 is 11 plus 15, 19, 20, 24, 26, 28.
Okay.
And I just whip out. I'm just going to keen dagger it 3 times in a row. Oh, nope, I got to roll to attack. So that is 12 plus 22.
Hits.
Okay. 22, and that is 6 of damage, and then natural 20 on that one.
Nice.
That is 4, 3 plus 7 is 10, so 20
It's undead.
for that if it's doubled for a critical hit.
Yeah, for double dice, not double
Yeah,
modifier.
It's undead.
Oh, alright, so 6 plus 13.
Okay, 13. Good to know. Awesome. So out of the shadows, whoosh, 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 3 daggers strike this wailing ghost entity. Each dagger punctures, and you see it reacts from the impact. As there's a flash of magical energy with each hit. The daggers then tumble out of its form and then blink back to your belt side. It looks like it definitely did some damage to it, but it's
You know what? Just to be fair, I changed out all my daggers except for one, so I probably couldn't throw the same dagger 3 times in a row. So I think I should pull back some of the modifiers. So I would pull out
Oh yeah, they're all stakes.
4 because my
right, you did
dagger
make
is plus
stakes,
2.
didn't you?
Yeah.
yeah.
So the plus 2 for 2 of those hits gets taken out, right?
It would actually, yes.
So 4 minus 4.
So minus 4 damage.
So truthful.
So we're fighting it with wooden sticks.
Good intention.
Wait, so you threw wooden stakes at it? It's totally
I threw 1 dagger and 2 wooden stakes.
Okay. So the first dagger
First
hits.
was the dagger, yeah.
Yeah. The 2 other stakes pass through
it.
its form
Got it.
without any other impact.
Damn it.
The 1 dagger does return to you, but the 2 stakes just clatter in the distance, and the creature seems unharmed.
Even
by
though they
those
came
two.
out of the belt?
Yeah.
Alright.
Sorry.
It's okay. Just wood.
You learned.
So that ends that point. The creature now swoops up to the center of you 3 and gives out this horrible, this wailing scream that just bursts out in the air. You feel like the wind push you back, and all of you feel like for a moment you're staring at your own death.
They'll get them. They'll get them. They'll get them. Don't worry.
I need all 3 of you guys to roll Constitution saving throws.
Does our meal help us with that at all?
Nope.
11.
But don't forget you have the additional
What?
2d10 hit points on top.
On top of everything else.
16.
16.
Okay. Both of you guys, you feel this chilling burst of spiritual energy blast through your soul, and you each take 14 points of psychic damage. Percy, however, as you look at it, it seems like this blast actually forces the soul from your body momentarily. You immediately drop to 0 hit points and are unconscious.
Ah! But no! But no! No, he can't. Oh god. Oh god.
So, with that, you just see Percy just eyes roll back and then collapse into the floor like a pile of cold bones. Out. Percy, it's your turn. Go ahead and make a death saving throw.
Well, he's
11.
still making 7 throws.
11, okay.
That's
One
a
go.
good sign.
Scanlan, it's your turn.
Very quickly. Should we flee?
Get the fuck out.
In a little bit.
In a little bit? Okay.
About Percy?
Well,
Well,
you
no,
don't
we can
get him
take
up.
him.
You still have Bigby's hand, by the way, under concentration.
Oh, that's right.
See how long that lasts.
Oh, that's
actually.
right.
Let me see how long it lasts, just to be safe.
We haven't been there very long. God damn it.
Last time I tried to run away from
Up to a
something, it
minute,
didn't
so
go
probably would have
very
faded
well.
by now.
Balls.
Damn it.
Sorry. What are you doing, Scanlan?
Mercer.
Really, it's the door's fault. That's why.
I'll just, Shit. I'll just lightning bolt her.
I thought you were actually
him,
saying.
Hit it. Whatever
Okay.
it is.
So you release a bolt of lightning energy right in its direction.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage for that.
Oh, just damage? It hits.
Yeah, you don't have to hit for lightning bolt. It just hits everything in front of it, and you have to try and avoid it.
D6.
What's the DC
That's fun.
on this?
Do I get my hand cone?
You can. It is a free action to pull it out. So you use the hand cone, cast the spell out. The bolt
So
blows.
19.
19. Okay.
8 D6.
Does not make it saving throw.
Great.
Need more d6.
Nope, that's it. I just need help counting.
That's good. That's good.
16. 21. 27. 28, 29, 30, 34.
34 points of damage. The lightning blasts through her. Not impactful as you think it might be. This entity, because it is in this sort of ethereal state, is not as effectively hit by such magics. However, it does take damage.
Okay.
Okay.
And I will move back a bit away from the thing. And I will. Oh, we have people.
Percy's unconscious.
Keep
No!
fighting! Keep fighting! Yeah.
It's okay. It's cool.
We've been listening in the car.
It's cool.
Okay, so you know.
Yeah.
So, Scanlan, you move back.
Okay, and then I can, as a bonus action, I still get a bonus. I will heal him, this doofus here.
Okay.
I didn't do anything.
Healing word.
Okay, yeah.
So go ahead and
I'm
roll.
bringing health points back. Yeah. Those motherfuckers don't know how to act. Yeah. Oh, that's all I got. Take it to the root.
All right. So healing word is 1d4 plus.
Yeah, but maybe I should do it at a.
just get me up. It's okay.
Just get you up.
Just get
Okay.
me up. We
1d4 plus something.
Do it. Do it.
Or 2 plus whatever. 6,
I think
8.
plus your spell level or
Healing
something.
word will be.
It's
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
it's
plus 5, so
D4
it's-
plus 5, so it's
7
7 points.
So 7 hit points. You're conscious, but you're still on the ground, face down, kind of, loosely fallen over the
I
step.
don't get my
of-
turn until next round.
Correct.
Can you
So,
heal yours?
Scanlan, your turn's done.
Yep.
Vax, you're up.
All right. So, where is it? I'm just going to back away from it about 3 steps while I pull Flame Tongue Dagger out of my cloak.
Okay, you're in this room currently. Do you want to?
Yeah. Oh, that. Oh, okay. No, so I'm gonna walk. Thanks. I'm gonna slide up the wall along where Scanlan is, towards Scanlan.
Okay.
And I realized before, another thing I realized, I haven't clicked my Boots of Haste, so I wouldn't have been able to do whoosh, whoosh, whoosh anyway. And I'm still not going to. But I'm pulling out my Flame Tongue Dagger, and now I'm throwing Keen Dagger, Flame Tongue.
All right.
First one is a 26.
Hits.
And the second one is a 23.
Hits.
Okay. First attack gets 11.
All right.
And the second attack gets 8.
Alrighty.
Yeah, 8.
Both daggers hitting it. You see its form kind of being impacted by each dagger hit. It still continues to come forward towards the two of you. Is that the end of your movement?
I'm going to without doing any dash or anything, because I can, I'm just going to move as far as I can. I'll just go in kitty corner, behind Scanlan, walking along the wall.
Use
Over
me
here?
as a human sheep.
Absolutely.
That far?
A gnomon
Yeah,
sheep.
that's as far as I can get. Yeah, that's good.
So, all right, that's your turn. The creature now is going to drift up to the unconscious form, or the now conscious form of Percy. It's going to swipe at you with its corrupting touch. Since you're prone, it has advantage on the attack. That'll be a 20 to hit. What's your AC?
God damn it.
18, okay. As its hand reaches down and passes through, as you just come to consciousness and you start getting yourself up, you look up and feel this cold sensation as its hand reaches through your back and seems to almost grasp your spine. Your whole body lurches from the impact. You take 12 points of necrotic damage.
I'm back to 0.
That's 2.
No, it starts over.
It does?
Yeah, I'm back to 0.
I don't know, really.
What's up?
If
Does
he
he
dies
start
once,
over
comes
with-
back and dies again, is that 2? Is that
No. He has to fail his death saves.
Unconscious. So
to
he's
be-
starting over.
I
with
just
his
woke
death
up and
save.
went, "Gah!" and
Yeah.
Okay.
passed back out again.
That ends its turn. Well, no, it's going to start moving now. It's going to drift for the rest of its movement in this direction. That ends its turn. Go ahead and make your death saving throw.
Yes, 19.
Hey.
Hey, little snitch.
Alrighty. That ends your turn. Scanlan, you're up.
Hey, should we leave?
No, we should kill this thing.
Damn it. All right.
We're not gonna be able to run. This thing flew in here on
I don't
breeze.
think eye bite's gonna work against it. So, fuck. I'll cast Bigby's hand at 6th level then.
Okay.
Has that ever been done?
I don't have any more 5th level slots, so I'm just gonna make it even bigger.
Alrighty.
I don't even know what it does.
Fingers going out the windows of the church like Alice in
So
Wonderland.
many fingers. All the fingers. Alright. Big B's hand.
She's my ear, though.
The clenched fist deals an additional 2d8 damage.
Okay.
So if you're gonna punch it, it does an additional 2d8 damage.
Yes. I think I.
What are you gonna do?
I'm going to bitch slap it. But the forceful hand, so I can just push it far away from us, possibly to the front door.
Okay, I see. So it doesn't have damage, but it does force its movement.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and I'll say because you did it at a higher level, there's an additional 5 feet of movement on that. So as the hand shoves towards the creature,
It takes no damage for that.
in the forceful hand it doesn't. No, there's grasping hand and the
Heard it.
clenched
It's just
fist.
gonna come
you-
back.
All right, so then I'll just hit it. I'll just hit
Okay,
it hard.
so you bitch slap it
Yes.
physically hard,
Yes.
clench fist. Go ahead and make a spell attack. So go ahead and roll d20 and add your spell attack modifier.
I got knocked out.
14 plus what am I adding?
What's your spell attack?
9 plus 9.
14 plus 9, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage. That's 6d8 force damage because you cast it at the 6th level.
6d8. I don't even know what those are. That's a 10.
They look like diamonds.
There they go. I got 1. I'll just roll
roll
it
it a
6
bunch.
times.
Diamonds or Scanlans. That's fine.
Let's go. All of it.
24.
24.
Even at 6th level, that's all it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
As that happens, the fist clenches and wham! Bitch slaps the back of the wailing ghost creature. As it does, you hear it scream out in pain as its spectral form is scattered across the air and dissipates. The wail echoing.
What?
Oh, thank God.
I think you smashed
Did
it.
it.
Killed it.
Crushed it.
But I'm so little and wee.
Lift yourself up for a victory lap.
Yes, I lift myself up with Big Baby's hand. That's a great idea.
You toss yourself a couple times.
Oh,
Meanwhile, Percy's unconscious.
Percy.
No, I've got 4 healing potions. I pour. It's the not the best. It's a greater healing.
Fine.
So it's 44 plus 4.
Glug 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 glug.
I will also sing for him the Song of Rest, which is just another D6.
If you guys are taking a short rest.
Yeah. Are we clear of danger?
We don't know, but I poured the potion into Percy's mouth.
44 plus 4?
Yeah.
Yep, you got him.
4, 5, 6,
Wake up, handsome.
9, 10, 14. Yep, I'm awake. Hurt, but
I slap him twice anyway. Where do we go? What do we do?
What are we doing here?
The priest's dead. Is there anyone else, or shall we head back?
We should head back. Apparently, any help I thought we'd find here is obviously gone.
Should we check this other room first before we go?
Did we not check the other
No.
room?
No,
Let's
we
check
didn't.
the other room.
Quickly,
and-
though. Quickly.
We'll check the other room quickly.
While they check the room, I'm going to just go all over the altar and see if there's just anything, any hidden door, any trapdoor, or anything like that.
Okay. You make a perception check.
Yeah. No. That's
way-
oh no! Wait, I keep forgetting that
Trying to
rogue
get the
skill.
door open
That's a
was
20.
Fucking hilarious.
God,
Amazing.
I was really hoping you missed that part.
Nope, we heard it all.
Looking over the altar,
no shit, don't
it
bang it.
appears to be smooth, solid stone. Nothing catches your attention in that. You check the other room. This is a small kitchen, essentially, for whoever was running here would make small meals or things to delineate during worship and or just cook for its own meals when the father was keeping.
Has it been used recently? Is it?
It does not appear to have been used. You make an investigation check to gather an idea of how long it's been there.
I'm gonna look around as well. And
14.
Food and stuff.
I have 12.
22.
Okay. You get the feeling that the last time this was used was a little under a week ago.
Oh.
All right.
Any provisions that we can take? Water, food?
You find a couple of loaves of stale bread, some dried meats, salted dry meats, like some jerky-ish type things that are meant to last a while. There is produce here, but the produce has long wilted and
Is there
got to
any
rot.
sign? I have theories on who's been using this space. Is there anything that would clue me into who's been using this space?
It's hard to really tell. You're not too familiar with lifestyles of different individuals. Whoever left the notes and whoever was dabbling with the vicinity does have a tendency towards sciences and alchemy in ways that seemingly can blend and overlap with your specialty. That's the best you can ascertain based on the information given.
Now here's the question: is do we leave them a sign that we're here, or do we hope that they don't notice?
Well, let's leave them a sign. We're supposed to be sowing discontent, right? So let's leave a sign that someone was here and fucked up their shit. Do you want me to pee on the altar?
No.
I take my dagger, and I go to the altar.
Wait.
No, don't leave your dagger. It's your only one left. Why
Say I'm
don't we leave
leaving
his
it.
shit sword?
Yeah. You want that?
I want that.
I start. Would you hand me that scrap of paper? Yeah.
Oh, this is our sign?
So I
It's
start
our... Here.
carving this.
show it to
Is
the
this
camera.
Pelor?
This is not Pelor. It's part of the crest of Derola.
Okay.
The Rolos are back!
Okay, so I just start scraping it into the stone with
But
the
it is a
dagger.
form of the Pelor.
And it gives us a horrible screeching sound as you carve into this well-polished stone surface that's used predominantly for worship, or when it was. But given about 5-10 minutes in, you manage to scrape a design into it that is visually distinct against the smooth surface, and does match the design best to your ability that person.
I would also like to drag Father Rheinald out of his room
Okay.
and put him at the pedestal.
Okay.
And then before we go, I'm going to the wooden door, and I carve into
Everyone
the door.
knows he's dead.
Pelor lives in white stone.
A lot of words.
6
Sure it
hours
is.
later.
It's wood. It took me 5 minutes.
Okay. You finish your carving, seemingly without recurring incident.
I'd like to head back now.
Yeah.
I believe.
Okay, you guys make your way out of the temple back into the center of the graveyard. The sun is beginning to set. The reds and purples of the night sky are starting to creep in as it just begins to crest on the far western side of the mountain range surrounding the valley.
I have a question.
Yes.
What's the weather been like since we've been in Whitestone?
It's been spotty, cloudy,
The sun has come out during the daytime?
bits and pieces. There is heavy cloud cover. This is you pushing through. It kind of brings colder weather. It looks like when you first got that there was some snowfall that happened before you arrived. You've had a few days of sun, but I'd say about half the day is cloud cover.
Does it seem to be fairly natural weather for this
Yeah.
time of year? Okay.
And this far north, too.
All right.
All right. You guys,
I also grab those wooden stakes off the ground.
okay.
Okay.
Takes you a little time because they're amongst a bunch of other broken wooden scraps of.
I grab a couple extra as well.
Okay, you find some splintered wood. All right, you guys make your way back into the town. I'd like you all to make a stealth or deception check if you prefer.
Deception, please.
All right.
I'm just a peasant boy.
13.
13.
Good day, sir.
23.
Okay.
32.
All right. As you guys are making your way back towards the tavern, there is a small group of Whitestone villagers walking and having a conversation. Seem not heated, but there is a sense of desperate conversation amongst them. And standing with them, you can see there is an older gentleman, mostly bald, long, kind of scraggly gray hair that falls past his shoulders, a little bit hunched. He's wearing dark leathers and a cloak that's kind of, over one shoulder and kind of drags the ground behind him. And they're talking to him, and he's kind of growling to himself. And the best you can make out is that there's an argument about farming shipments and the inability to make dates and requirements. He shouts back to the remainder, says,
Listen, it is beyond my control. This is what has been decreed by Sir Carrion. That is how it will be. If you cannot provide, then taxes will be pulled. If you cannot pay, then there are far worse things we can take. Be on your way.
and kind of steps away from the group, looks over and sees a little boy and this, in the shadows, skulking individual. You there?
Yes.
You new around here?
A bit, yes.
I don't recognize you. And two of the guards kind of step forward.
I suppose it's all good luck then.
What's your name?
Reggie?
Make a deception check.
Oh, fuck my life, I know.
Reggie's a good name.
21.
My name's Reggie.
Well, make yourself useful. Maybe you can make it for some of these lost crops with these bags of shite keep saying they can't do.
I'm actually supposed to be going back for a...
I don't give a shit. Move on, boy.
Yes, sir, and...
And he grumbles and keeps on walking. The guards kind of give you a look. One of them kind of spits at your foot and keeps walking on. Eventually, they drift aside. You continue your path back to the tavern where the rest of you are waiting. The sun has now set. Night has taken the sky, and Keyleth is on the verge of completing her ritual.
I'm cleaning my nails as I'm watching her.
I'm keeping an eye on the from the second floor. I want to see how much movement in the city there is, and whether or not there's any guards by the tree. Whether or not the tree seems to be left to its own devices, or
Okay. As you're keeping watch, you notice there, occasionally there will be one of the zombie giants that'll lumber through the center of town. There's a very specific pattern that they tend to follow.
definitely trying to memorize that.
And you do notice a couple of other guards that you didn't notice during the day begin to show up. They're humanoid, they're armored. They kind of skink around.
You know,
They're humanoid, but their movement is unnatural.
is there a lot of light in the town, or not very much light?
Not very much light at all. There's very, very low lit points at certain crossroads that have been left up for general visibility for those who have to travel at night. But as you gather, most people just do not travel at night here in Whitestone.
Make sure no lights are lit in our...
We've already blacked
I
out,
blacked out the windows.
Okay.
so we can actually have a light.
Keyleth,
Yeah.
you finally complete your ritual. Sweat pouring down your brow. You have your hand on the roots.
Can I do something real quick for my final, for the last
Little
final,
extra drama?
Little extra drama. So as I kind of complete the ritual, kind of remembering that Pelor and this is like a sun tree, I'm going to cast my 6th level sunbeam spell. Kind of one more of this. I'm finishing the plant growth with the last big
at
essence.
Underground.
I'm underground.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna take my sunbeam and kind of wrap it up with my druid goodness and shove it in the tree.
You're
Shove
gonna,
that
you're
sunbeam
gonna
in.
shove it where the sun don't shine.
Nice. Nice.
I don't know if it's gonna work or not.
You just shoved it where the sun
I
don't
hope
shine.
it didn't spend 8
Okay,
hours.
roll a d20 and add your wisdom modifier.
Do I get advantage on this because I like Hero's Feast?
I would say no, because this isn't a saving throw, and because what you're attempting to do is essentially convert a highly damaging spell into a non-damaging circumstance. At the end of an 8-hour endurance match with a ritual, this is going to be a difficult attempt. So go ahead and roll d20, add your wisdom modifier.
Don't burn the tree down.
I hope I didn't just fuck up by doing that.
You got it, Keyleth.
Which
Yeah,
D20
you never
should
get
I use?
arrested or
D20
anything. You're
first?
good.
Use the
The green one.
Green one.
This is, you're doing greenery.
I'm so nervous. Okay, alright.
Natural 20.
alright.
Easy.
Natural 20.
Or a 6.
Oh no.
But my wisdom's not bad, so 12?
Oh.
wow.
You complete the ritual and release the healing energy of your plant growth spell. As you release it, you begin to concentrate on the sun ray and you begin to see throughout the pieces of earth around you, seeds quickly begin to germinate and small little bits of ivy or greenery begin to pierce out from parts of the earth
Oh, dear
in your immediate
God.
vicinity.
Oh,
As this affects a large radius.
It's good.
There does not appear to be any sort of immediate reaction by the tree. You begin to pull back and concentrate on the spell. You release the sunbeam forward in the frustration of the lack of reaction from the tree and the desperation to make sure some effect happens. You release the full force of the beam as opposed to the recoil aspect, and you burst into some of the roots, blasting some of them apart and beginning to set flame to part of the under the tree.
Oh, cool. That's cool. Cool story.
There's a bucket of water
Bro.
next to you. Bucket of water.
Put it
You guys
out.
hear
I,
this?
yeah, that's right in front of.
Yeah, you're
I
like-
pull out one of my cloaks in my bag and start trying to put out the flames. Keyleth, what is that? Was that supposed to happen? Is that good? Was this good? Should I stop? I keep putting out the flames.
You put out the flames, and you notice where the fire had kind of burned aspects of the wood. There is the black char marks across the roots where the flames touched, and the area surrounding the root is a little more of a vibrant brown color, almost like a little hint of life seemed to have seeped into the root.
Oh my god.
It expands for a moment, and you can see a little bit of life return to that localized section of the tree.
I kind of like starting a fire.
Like Tom Hanks in Castaway.
As you're watching her do this, and you're
Can
like,
I kind of like druid craft, like be like, come on!
as you do, still like these bits of kind of ivy greenery, this long embedded seeds through years and years and like generations of earth layering in here. These long dormant seeds are starting to come to life and kind of spring through the earth around you. The expansion of this, the healthier portion of the root begins to spread, and then stops spreading. And you begin to notice all the greenery begins to immediately wither and crumple and turn to ash. And you watch as the vibrant aspect of the roots slowly drain from the bottom up, like something is pulling the life force out of the roots.
Sucking the life force out of the earth.
I take some of that holy oil that Vax gave me, and I kind of dip my finger in it and start rubbing it along the vines that are growing,
Okay.
along the edge of the roots.
You take the holy oil and place it along the roots, and it soaks into the dry and in some cases now charred aspects of the roots. You wait a moment, and the oil seems to almost burn off and evaporate.
Wow.
So the ground is cursed.
The ground is cursed.
Well, poo.
Should I try peeing on it?
Make a perception check.
Who, me? Her?
Perception check.
That thing you hate doing?
You know
No,
what
I'm
we,
good at perceiving things. I'm just not good at reading people.
You know what we need to do?
That's not bad. 23.
Hydroponics. No ground, just grow it
Just
above.
water.
The pattern of decay that followed your initial attempt at reviving this vicinity all had a very distinct downward motion of drain. There was something about the ground, something beneath the tree and where you are that is seemingly taking the life force from the surroundings.
Oh my god, what if the vampire thing is right underneath us?
I was gonna say, can I still see the green kind of being sucked down a bit?
At this point, it's all the life force was very quickly drained.
Can I use my primeval awareness and sense any sort of vampiric presence within our very close vicinity?
And what's the radius on that?
It's
Like
it's a minute. It's up to 6 miles if I spend 6 minutes.
Okay, so you take your time, you begin to focus, and it expands and expands. As you do, focusing on vampiric presence, you feel a fair amount of presence above, below, and further north, and smattered throughout the city. You get the sensation at this point in time that there is much more beyond just Lord Briarwood that have come to be a creature of the night in this city.
That's good. Stop it. This is probably bad.
Maybe it's
There's
just
vampires everywhere.
maybe they're not below the tree. Maybe it's just the soil.
Maybe
Yeah, the
it's just
ground
that
is
the ground
good.
is tainted.
I'm exhausted.
Let's sleep.
Let's sleep.
We're just gonna sleep.
I'm gonna
Surrounded by vampires. We're just gonna sleep surrounded by lots and lots of vampires.
tinker for a moment on my glove with that thing I talked about.
Okay. Make an intelligence check.
An intelligence check?
Yeah, just a straight intelligence check.
14.
14. The incorporating this organic organ, keeping it from rotting is already going to be a feat. In order to incorporate any of its natural charge essence is going to require your workshop.
Okay.
Doing that on the go is going to it's too intricate.
I just wanted to think about it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I mean, it may be functional. It's definitely possible to use what you extracted from the Behir
I'll have to do that.
to be a way to charge your diplomacy, but that is something that you'll have to do in a controlled space when you have everything at your disposal. It's a very delicate process to even attempt it.
I think we get it.
All
I'll
right.
take first watch.
Okay. You
I'll
all
watch with you.
take an evening's rest.
I'm sorry I couldn't fix the tree, you guys.
It's not
We
your fault.
learned a lot. We learned
We
a
even
lot.
did that awesome fire thing at the end. That was really, really cool.
Thanks. I was afraid I was gonna permanently kill it for a second.
When we know it's not dead, that it's just tainted.
Guys, I just want to say that I killed a door and a banshee, so
Really?
yeah.
Nice, Scanlan.
You killed
The
a
door was harder to kill.
That's some door.
Well,
It's okay. I think I figured out what we have to do first.
What do we have to do first?
I think we have to kill Kyrian Stonefell.
who's that? Who?
It's the one that everyone. He's the one managing all of the goods and all of the farming.
Is that who they were talking about today?
Yes.
The group?
Where
Sakarian.
is he at?
Oh, Sakurian. I thought they said something else.
Kyrian Stonefell.
Kyrian.
He's in one of the three. I would assume that he's been given one of the three mansions in town.
You think if we find him, kill him, and leave his body on some sort of public display, it would sow some seeds of
And like an uprising?
rebellion?
I think it would be the beginning. He's who everybody's afraid of.
We could hang him in the tree.
We could hang him in the
We
tree.
could. Grog, could you do something nasty to his body?
Just say the word.
Oh, this is messed up.
All right.
Do we check the mansions for him?
I think we ask around to see if there's a way to ask around to find out who's in what house.
Ask around. Let's just go house to house and kill everyone in all of them.
Let's.
No?
Eventually, yes.
Okay.
Hello, I'd like to share the news of our Lord and Savior. My axe in your face!
We could be Mormons.
As you guys take your watches and go to sleep in the cold interior, and it is a cold interior, the tavern, as the night comes through. This is your first time really staying the night in the center of Whitestone. Even though you slept in the forest, in the boughs of the trees itself, the temperature grows far colder here, and even with the warm interior, the windows frost over, and you find yourselves having to huddle or build some sort of small fire to even keep a semblance of comfort to rest. You all eventually go to sleep throughout your various times. I would like everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom.
With advantage, because you're still affected
Still
by
lasts
the Hero's
till
Feast.
noon tomorrow, right?
2 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah.
Save.
Yeah. Yeah.
12.
Oh, I take that one.
17.
25.
20.
23.
14.
Okay. All of you wake the next morning, rested as best as can be. Percy, your entire evening was racked with nightmare after nightmare. Imagery you wish to not recall, whispers and voices, familiar, unfamiliar. Seeing yourself pulled from your physical self into the heart of this banshee, then wrest from death, barely cackling in the distance. I want you to go ahead and mark on your sheet 1 point of corruption.
What does that? What does that even mean?
Oh no.
I don't even know where that is on the
Be
sheet.
evil. We could turn evil
As
here.
you wake up,
The longer we're
you
here.
find yourself just racked by those nightmares. A sense of nervousness comes to you, and there's a tremor to your voice now that's uncontrollable. At times of silence, you find yourself impulsively clearing your throat.
Mop.
And with that, we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Yay! All right, guys, we're back.
Corruption.
Keep this to a stringent 5-minute break so we can get through as much as we can before the show's up tonight. So we'll see you
that
guys here in
explains
5
a
minutes.
lot.
All right.
5 minutes.
See you in 17.
Second.
Not again. Batman is the story of a lone man who lost everything and now wages a one-man war on crime, solitarily beating up criminals by himself, alone!
Whoa. What about his trusty butler? His chummy relationship with the commissioner of police? What about all those kids?
Alone! He can keep the butler.
Look, Amy, you cannot have Batman without Robin, okay? He's got to be there so that he can...
Die?
Only 3 Robins have died, Amy.
That is a terrible track record! When you're facing murder clowns, half-ugly lawyers, and women who act like cats, is it really that smart to bring a kid with you?
Is it really that smart not to bring a kid with you? Robin needs to be there. He serves a purpose.
What, to be a better shield than Captain America has? The bullets don't even bounce. They're absorbed.
Okay, look, when you're a kid, you know that you can never be Batman, right? But Robin, that is a realistic goal to aspire to.
You saying Robin is the community college of superheroes?
I'm saying Robin is the point of view character.
For me, I began to appreciate Robin as being that kind of the voice of the audience going, "What are you doing?" in a lot of these storylines. And the one person that could make a crack at how ridiculous he was in the midst of the grim, dark Gotham City.
Batman's entire thing is about, pain and internal torment and how everything is just so terrible.
And psychopaths and all kinds of stuff. But you put a kid with him, And all of a sudden you have something that's actually really approachable in terms of Batman, because a child can see themselves in that character and participating in these adventures that otherwise would seem really outlandish.
But it's not easy for Batman, especially because he keeps losing Robins, because let's face it, Batman wears black, we're fighting crime in a dark alley, his sidekick wears bright red, green, yellow. Who am I gonna shoot at here?
A child wearing green spandex and like a sailor costume and a little domino mask? And you just have to ask yourself, how did it get to this point?
Robin's a decoy more than a sidekick. He's like standing on the sideline and being like, yo, he's about to punch you in the back of the head. And Batman's like, got it. You know, that's what he's good for.
According to sales and popularity, Robin has a purpose. But based on the fates of Jason Todd, my girl Stephanie Brown, and Bruce's own son Damian Wayne, Robin's also expendable.
Which just gives Batman more angst and motivation to fight crime. Another sidekick gone. This time, just like the last time, it's really personal this time.
Batman's got enough tragedy. If you watch your parents die when you're like 8, that is an everlasting gobstopper of sadness. He's good on feeling the feels.
But he's also got to let people in after that night. Otherwise, he died that night too. Without Robin, there's less hope. And when even a Robin dies, Batman caves in and finds a replacement.
Which is a little weird. He's just making the same mistake repeatedly and exploiting more kids than a Kmart sweatshop.
He needs somebody there to kick his ass occasionally and let him know that he is in danger of losing his humanity.
He could show Robin that he could be safe, he could be protected, and that the death of his parents was not his fault. I think Jason Todd was the Robin that Batman felt completely responsible and felt that he was in a position that he could have done something.
Batman never gets more vulnerable. If his wall has a crack, he doesn't fill the crack, he builds a wall behind the wall.
But he loses his contact with humanity, with his other Robins, and that's what's so important for Dick or Damian or whoever it is to crack through that and remind him why he's doing all this.
So in a lot of ways, actually, it probably becomes harder with each successive Robin for Robin to do the job that Robin needs to do.
Right. Some of them are just so loyal, so blindly loyal, that I feel like they walked into it themselves. And I feel like Batman has probably made a conscious decision to just let his Robins eat it more often than not.
It's still kind of selfish.
Amy, Batman is a symbol. Okay? He inspires people. If these Robins hadn't jumped into the line of fire, they could have just ended up being innocent bystanders who were turned into popsicles by Mr. Freeze or suffered umbrella death at the flippered hands of the Penguin. Instead, they contributed to society.
You should be a recruitment officer.
What can I say? I am a huge fan of Dick. And Tim and Jason and Carrie and all the rest. Not to mention all the Robins who have passed away, whether it was due to a 1-900 number, brutal torture, or Joel Schumacher's obsession with nipples, all come back eventually.
But Batman doesn't know that when they die. He couldn't be that self-aware.
He should be by now. Come on, he's Batman. He knows how this thing works, man. It's a revolving door, baby.
Stephanie Brown very briefly made her the first in continuity female Robin, and she was awesome. And then they unceremoniously killed her in a story called War Games, and she came back as Batgirl, which I appreciated, but I was so devastated when they killed her as Robin.
I guess that is kind of a fear with anybody who gets the chance to play Robin, because they have a history of getting the crap kicked out of them, and in some cases, brutally murdered.
Dying in comics is like crying in a thunderstorm. It doesn't matter, you know, it's emotionally fulfilling, but in the long run, it's all gonna get washed away.
See, Amy, that's the joy of comic books. Even something as serious as child soldiers dying in a war their grizzled generals started is made silly and fun by colorful costumes and a revolving door of death.
I can't tell if we solved this problem or started another.
Tune in for our next installment. Same Omnibus time, same Omnibus channel. Whether you're hashtag Team Dick, hashtag Team Jason, hashtag
why
not?
Team Dick, Team Jason, Team Tim, Team Stephanie, Team Damian, whoever. Team Carrie.
Yeah, I'm Team Carrie.
There's enough Gotham gear to go around at T-Fury.
Check out tfury.com/geekandsundry.
You can also see a gallery of our favorites.
Hashtag our shirts.
Hashtag correct Hector on his use of hashtag.
Look, hashtag, it's in the teleprompter. I'm gonna read what's in the hashtag teleprompter, whatever they put in the hashtag teleprompter. It's true.
Hey, what's up, critters and humans? I have a really quick announcement about all of the programming coming up in the foreseeable future. Starting with next Monday, we have Michelle Moreau joining us from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. for Massive. Michelle is joining us from the Nerdist Network, moving over to Geek and Sundry to play games with you guys, mainly MOBAs, MMOs, things like that. you guys should definitely tune in for that. It was a lot of fun last Monday as our kind of test run. Stick around this Monday, 1 to 4. We're starting programming early. Don't forget. And then after that, we've got Game Together Tournament Edition. And then after that, we've got TPK. It might be the last week of Outbreak Undead. We're going to be doing a different RPG every month on TPK, okay? And the show just keeps getting better. Last week, we allowed the chat room to decide all sorts of things going on in the game. We reached a certain goal. Some stuff got crazy. I was still alive. Lucas was a zombie with his chin ripped off, and he was being led by a chain. Like, it was pretty dope. You guys are missing out if you're not watching that. The other programming change is starting next Wednesday at 1 p.m. We will be doing crowd control from 1 to 4 p.m. PST with Orion and our new host, the chat room's own Josephine, JCVIM. One of our mods will be joining Orion as the co-host on crowd control. So get those Final Fantasies booted back up and ready. We haven't forgot about you guys. Sorry it's taken us a little bit to get everything figured out. But those are the two main changes I want to let you guys know about. But I also want to get you in on this special thing that we're doing for Halloween week next Wednesday night, okay, at I think 10 p.m. because it'll be at the end of Concession Stand. We're going to be doing a live watch of the movie Trick or Treat. We got permission from the heads of Legendary to show you all Trick or Treat live with a bunch of people, and we are going to make comments on it. We're going to have a drinking game. It's going to be a ton of fun. Expect some special celebrity guests. Stick around for that. If you're not tuning in to the rest of Geek and Sundry throughout the week, you are surely missing out. It's going to be fun next week. Halloween, let's do this.
Welcome back, everyone. So a couple quick things. One, we're roughly 30 to 25 subs away from our next milestone. The milestone, as we do with every 100 subs, the winner in the chat room, as long as you're active in it, gets a package of one of our signed cast photos, as well as a wonderful poster art piece from our artist Kit Bus, signed by the cast. And that will also be our 10K mark.
Damn! Skittles, motherfuckers!
It's pretty fantastic. So as soon as we hit that, we'll have our next giveaway and a big celebration
And
as we hit 10K.
Get yourself a double cheese.
Look at the Sentry.
Also, you guys just caught, as that break, a quick episode of Omnibus. Omnibus is a new show that shows here every Tuesday. It's helmed by Amy and Hector, some of our fantastic hosts here. It talks about all sorts of things, not just Batman things, all sorts of things in geek culture. And what's up?
There's more than Batman?
There's more than Batman. It's crazy.
What madness?
I pop up there every now and then to answer some questions and talk about some cool things. So as well as a number of other cool personalities that pop in and out. So check it out if you're around on a Tuesday. It's a lot of fun. Alrighty, so let's kick back into this. So a rough morning's rest comes to fruition. Percy seems a little worse for wear after the evening sleep.
Feeling okay?
Mm.
It was cold. Did you catch a cold?
No, I'm
Is your
I'm
throat
fine.
ticklish?
A little ticklish, I'm fine.
Do you want some good berries that might help a little bit soothe the throat? What? Oh, just.
I'll take some good berries, yeah.
All right, just if you suck on them a little bit, they kind of act like lozenges.
Lozenges?
Well, shut up.
Kenny Lozenges.
Kenny lozenges.
It's a whole business
Oh, wait,
opportunity
I
he's
was-
missed.
Seeming has ended at this point, hasn't it?
Seeming has ended, yes.
So Trinket is a bear.
Cricket
in-
is now a bear,
Okay, cool.
and not a donkey.
Not a dog. But he's indoors with us, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've been laying on him all night.
Oh man, that was a good night's sleep. Who do we get to kill today?
Sir Kyrian.
How many mansions are there?
There's 3.
Right, 1, 3.
Do you know which one he lives in?
I don't.
Shit.
Only one way to find out.
Yep.
Burn every house down except for those 3 mansions and see who runs out.
I like it. Seconded.
We could. I also think perhaps we should find a new place to sleep tonight. I
Oh.
think it might be best
Mix it up. It's not
to mix it up.
Okay.
Keep moving.
All right.
I've been
see
peeing
me
in the
again?
corner.
There's a
That's
a
why it
shop.
smells like it does, Grog.
What? Look, it's like they did in the old days. They had chamber pots. I have my corner. It's my little creation corner. Sorry. Yeah, that's my brand.
All right, but
That is ripe. We're leaving.
you want to all be peasants again? Can we not just disguise ourselves in tattered clothes?
I have a bear.
We could
You wanna
also.
disguise the bear as a.
Oh
as a-
wait, we could just leave the bear behind.
In the house, yes.
You
That's a
could
wonderful
guard this
plan.
safe house,
Scanlan.
and then we could go find another safe house.
Scanlan
All right,
cast the
fine.
spell.
All right, seeming it is. We're all peasants and he's a donkey.
All
and I'm a
right.
little boy.
You're a little boy, a jovial boy without a yo-yo.
There's a shop that I used to frequent. We can see if that's perhaps been abandoned.
All right.
Yeah.
I want a crazy eye in my seeming.
Of course you can.
Just like
I'll give you 2 crazy eyes.
No, I have 2 crazy eyes.
That's an improvement.
Yeah.
That's nice.
The majesty
Feels
of
good.
bardic illusion.
So we're going to go to Beyond the Horizon.
Going to be on the horizon.
Yes.
Alrighty. You guys step out into the day's sun. Today is fairly overcast. Clouds have taken the sky, and there is a bit of a light mist that is falling from this. Not quite rain, but not quite drizzle, but just a mist in the air. It's a cold day. The ground in most of the walkways and roads are a little damp due to the moisture in the air. Not muddy, but just a little bit of a pack wetness to it. As you head over towards Beyond the Horizon, you step up to the corner, and that lies more in the northwestern quadrant of the city. A little ways around the street from one of the noble houses, so
Yes.
you kind of keep a wide berth.
That was what I was.
You come to the row of shops that kind of bookended it before, and you go to the curiosity shop to find that the building itself is partially collapsed and ruined. The door is torn off the hinges and left at the side. Part of the ceiling is fallen in.
Is there a basement?
Oh yeah, secret doors. Can I use perception check to see if there's any kind of secret entrances in the rubble at all? Something that leads to a cellar?
Do you want into the building? To
Oh.
check? You guys are still on the outside.
How collapsed
Why don't you go in and check it out?
The whole building, it is still standing. It just looks like the front entrance is like caved in and the doors were pulled
I'll
off.
just kind of like old lady walk into the building and look around.
Okay.
I'll go in with the.
Okay.
Old ladies lick the air.
Yeah, she does.
Okay.
This crazy-eyed old lady does.
Yeah, the eyes, they never go in the same direction. One's always to
I
the
wish I
left
could do
and
it.
one's to the right.
Looking about the inside, most of the furniture has been broken or taken. All the shelves, you can see a bunch of shelves set up, as this was once a curiosity shop, emptied out. Anything of worth has long been taken.
Oi, Grandma, any yo-yos in there?
I'm looking, boy.
A large scattering of broken glass and peppering of stains, dark, ruddy stains across the hardwood floors. You can see spattered in places. Occasional rat seems to crawl out in the distance, little sound, but there is no other sign of life within the interior. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Ooh, with no advantage, right?
Till what time is it?
Oh, till noon.
Till
Till
2 p.m.
noon.
2 p.m.
Wisdom check, not saving throw.
Oh, never mind.
13.
Never mind.
I know, right?
13.
That would have been an 8.
8, okay. You take a while pushing through some of the rubble, checking behind the kind of main desk, if you will, as to where most purchases would have taken place. The place is cleared out and looks like it's covered in enough dust to have been left here for a better part of 6 months to a year.
I can't see any kind of like door that leads to a cellar.
Glancing about, you find what looks to be a small cellar door that opens up from the floor in one of the back rooms. You open it up, there's a small ladder, not even a staircase, a ladder that leads down in there. It's a small room, about 10 foot by 10 foot. That room is also entirely cleaned out.
All right. No yo-yos here, boy.
Thanks, Grandmama.
But
Can we use this as a base of operations for the moment then?
But it's half collapsed. It would not be very protected.
Yeah, we're fully exposed.
Let's
We
just
need
take a walkabout and see if there's anything else around the area.
Yeah.
Do you want to head in one of the directions of the mansion?
Let's head to the closest mansion.
Okay. So you skirt back towards the crossroad, the nearest crossroad that heads northward to the very, very far northwest section of Whitestone. There you come to this noble house, which is has a nice kind of bronzed fence around the outside of it, probably about 7 feet tall, with these intricate spears affixed to the top, almost in like a fleur-de-lis type pattern, but look sharp enough to keep anyone from trying to leap over. The front gate is currently chained off with a lock on it. There is a lawn, but the lawn itself appears to be frost crusted from the evening's moisture and cold temperature. What grass is there is very gray and dull and currently crisp with a white frost dew. It's a slight hill, and you do see the building itself. It's a very nice building. It's like a deep brown, a lot of it appears to be like natural stained wood from the local forest surrounding Whitestone, with highlights of deep green and black. There does not appear to be any immediate sign of life from the inside, but there does appear to be a light coming from the inside, so that even at this point in the day, it can be dark on the interior. So you can see a little bit of light coming from one of the doors.
So like a mailbox with the name.
Are there guards out front or anything, or is it just a gate?
It's just a gate currently.
What if?
Do you want me to go in?
What if we went to like the fields and we asked other peasants like how we report to what's his fuck, Kieran.
Oh, it's actually a good.
We could ask.
I will say, chances that anybody in any of these buildings is somebody we're going to want to take care of is very high.
So just bust on in and kill him right now and then.
Just whoever's in there.
Whoever in
Well,
there.
yeah, is that
you
actually
went
what
from
you're saying?
focusing on Kyrian to
We'll just pick one
Kicking
and
indoors.
then if it's on him.
Are you
we'll just
feeling
find
all
it.
right?
Yeah, you look a little pale, Percy.
I am a little pale.
It's kind of like the game show problem.
Well,
Are you sick? Does Caleb need to cast like I don't know, like restoration on you or
I
something?
just had a bad night's sleep, that's all.
Scanlan, go knock on that door.
Do you have a fever? Are you?
I'm just a little peasant boy.
Is he running a fever?
He is not actually. He's quite cold and clammy.
Ew.
My nice jacket. We can ask around, see if we can manage to ask somebody without arousing.
Is there anyone else on the street?
Right now, in this particular area, there is nobody on the street. You passed a few folks. A lot of them seem to be traveling southward.
How far are we from the temple of the alcove?
The alcove is a little further east. It's probably about a 15-minute walk. The other temple,
Yeah, the
which is
ladies' chamber.
that one is about 10-minute walk south of here. It's closer to the southwestern side of the city.
We could take a walk to the ladies' chamber and see if we run into anybody there or on the way, and it's only 10 minutes out of our way.
The ladies' chamber?
Don't worry,
It's not as
stupid
exciting as
temple.
it sounds.
You know someone there?
It's not looking like it.
He knows a banshee.
I bet it's empty. I mean, it's a temple. The other one was.
All right, but I thought we were killing somebody in this house.
I thought so too.
We'll get to it.
I can just pop in and just see who's in there and pop out.
What's he look like? Be killed.
He doesn't
never
know
hop
what he
back
looks
out
like
again.
anyway.
I'm
I
just a
can tell
peasant
you what.
boy. You wouldn't kill a harmless peasant boy.
I think they would actually.
I actually don't.
They already
saw the
have.
tree,
We have
actually.
Are there any-
They do.
are there,
genuine proof that they are perfectly fine killing a small peasant.
What is there in the way of guards out in the open
None.
now, and those giants strolling about?
The skulking humanoids you saw last night that were wandering the streets, none of them visible. You do take in that's far down the road to the east of you. There is a large shape looming around the corner and a shadow stretching across the road, and you hear the distant.
Are we within eyeshot of that thing right now?
Not yet. It looks like it's coming around a corner as the bend of the road.
Let's go to the temple.
Is there anyone our size? Any humanoid guards around?
No.
Nothing.
Currently, no.
I'm kind of guessing the best time to sneak into any of these places is during the day.
Do we want to sneak in though? You're the only one who knows what they look like.
It's coming around the bend.
Okay, wait. Is there?
Hey,
are the
let's
gates
get out of
locked?
here.
Let's go around the corner, like
We're gonna
this.
take a walk.
Maybe go
We're
around
gonna
the
take a little walk and let it pass by. Let's go to the ladies'
Ladies'
chamber.
chambers, anyone?
Towards the ladies' chamber. We're not
It's
going in.
Full of
Well,
prostitutes.
it's more of a.
Full.
I don't think you're.
You'll see. It's not really that complicated.
What's your roll?
You guys dart southward across the road, ducking into the alleys of the southern portion of the road, getting out of the visual range of the zombie giant that is making its way down the road across your path. Heading southward, you dart through the back alleys and keeping free of the main central visual areas of the city. You eventually make your way to the corner that houses the ladies' chamber. And as you guys see it,
Have we passed any people?
if you're keeping an eye out for that, yes. In some of the alleyway you do pass, there is a couple that are holding some what looks like either scavenged groceries or some sort of food they are keeping kind of close to themselves.
Can I go talk to them?
You can indeed.
Okay.
I'm gonna come with you.
Okay.
All right. As they're both kind of walking by, kind of keeping a hush, they see you guys kind of sit in the same alley. They stop for a second, kind of looking you over, and give a nod.
Oh, excuse me.
One of those crazy eyes.
My papa sent me to send a present, a gift of sorts to a Sir Kyrian. We're just looking to see where we can deliver the gift.
Make a deception check.
Scanlan's forte. Come on.
29.
Blink, blink.
They both kind of stop and
give good urchin.
The man kind of gives her a look like he's trying to usher her along, kind of pulling her arm, and she goes, "No, honey, it's just a child." Walks up and kind of leans forward and says, "If you're looking for Zakarian, you'll find him in the extravagant abode to the southeast of the city."
The one right over there.
No. And kind of gives you a side look for a second and say, "You don't want to go find the Countess there. If you're looking for Zakarian, you go to the southeast. Look for the brick building. That's where he stays, near the farming area south of. You're not from here, are you?"
No,
we're new to town.
She's blind.
Well, just do what he says. Don't question. All right?
Okay. I just need to bring him this sack of presents because my papa will whip me pretty bad.
TMI.
Then perhaps you could do that quickly.
Oh, you're so pretty and clean.
She kind of blushes for a second. It's like, you stay safe, and kind of like brushes the hair out of your eyes for a second, and kind of pinches your cheek a little bit, and there's a look of sadness in her eyes, almost like, what horrible fate befalls this child? He's not
I
careful.
smack him on the back of the head.
Grandmama,
and
I'm
say,
sorry,
"Let's
I'm
go,
sorry."
boy. Keep up.
She recoils.
I'm her seeing eye boy.
She rushes back to the side of the man with her, and see, it's fine. Good luck. And they both kind of dart off down the alley again.
Sam Riegel, ladies and gentlemen, played Gavroche in Les Mis. Gavroche, right here. Gavroche.
Sam Riegel, everybody.
On Broadway. Literally.
Oliver Twist.
Consider yourself.
I was ready.
All right, so you make your way southward to probably what's the second largest road intersection in the city, away from the Sun Tree Square. You can now see the Temple to Rathus here, and it is a large stone kind of half dome amphitheater setup where it's built outward to face the actual crossroads, and there is a courtyard built around it, a small stone wall about 3 feet tall that kind of encapsulates this area. There is a couple of trees, but there isn't a lot of grass. Most of it's just stonework. Rathus being the goddess of civilization, it's kind of has an interesting duality and disrespect to Melora and all unbridled nature. Things that are controlled and civilized are definitely her realm of expertise. But as you approach, like most of the grass here, it's pretty desolate and dead. Winter is definitely, making its way to this part of the city. You do notice that, surrounded it, there is dried ivy, and just a general feeling of solemn desperation and sadness. There are a few people scattered throughout, sitting on benches, sitting in quiet contemplation. Some of them are clutching small holy symbols and just kind of doing a prayer to themselves while rocking in their bench. You do see within the dome, there's a group of about 4 people that are all sitting, looking up to a man, an older man with a thick white mustache and receding white hair. His gray robes he's wearing look weathered. You recognize him. While you haven't had too much interaction, not being much of a pious man in any form of religion from your history, but you do know Keeper Yenin is the head priest of Arathis here and is currently giving the tail end of a small sermon to those here. Hearing him, he speaks words of comfort, talking of, through these dark days, we must bind together as a community. We have to ensure that our livelihood and our existence is kept, and we look out for our fellow man. There is solace in the friendships and bonds we keep here, and best not to upset those that wish to keep us down. Arathos looks over us. There will be a time in which our salvation will come. And it goes into this very kind of just rallying speech and trying to lift the spirits of those around.
But there was 40?
4.
4.
4.
Right.
But they're allowed to assemble.
Yeah. There's 4 around him in the amphitheater. There are probably another 10 or so scattered about the various grounds surrounding it, just doing their own private prayer.
Do I have an opinion on Yenin?
Yenin, from your previous experience, what you've heard is a very can be a bit arrogant in his worship, but not in a way that is considered dangerous or impactful to when the Drolok families were in rule. He was just kind of like, he does good for the people, kind of a tool at times, but he practices well and he keeps the people's spirits up. For those
we found him a bit obnoxious to our means and ends on occasion.
On occasion, but mostly just his personality. Nothing he's done personally. He's not a bad person by any means. He's just,
He's also not a lapdog.
Yeah.
Strong-willed
in his ideas.
Can we insight check him to see if it seems like he's changed at all, or if he's still that same douchebag, or if he's
You would have no basis of comparison.
Oh, okay.
You would be the only one that
I'm gonna walk up to the little meeting. Is it wrapping up right now?
It seems like it's winding down. He finishes his discussion about the bonds of community. Speaks about this city sprang up from nothing, but has a greater destiny to itself. If not here at Whitestone, one day we will all go past these boundaries, these borders, and create our own cities. There is hope for this. And then begins to go into a couple of familiar prayers tailored specifically to the Arathis way of thinking, and then finishes, and everyone kind of looks up, kind of bows their heads for a second, and begin to stand up and walk away from the amphitheater as he turns around and begins to clear off in one of the back benches for him to sit on.
I'm going to just walk up and start a conversation.
Okay, you walk up to me, sits down. Can I help you?
Do you think there's any hope for Whitestone? You think there'll be a day that people can find happiness again?
I can say this, if history has taught me anything, our people are a resilient bunch. There has been much death, opposition to all the free peoples of these lands, and yet they persevered and surmounted these odds. I think, though to some degree what prison this town may have become, perhaps we ourselves cannot see the distant ends. It's easy to misinterpret the means of those that would oppress us, but it can't go too long before the world at large can see the atrocities committed, the terrible entities that walk these streets.
Do you think there will come a day that these people can seize freedom for themselves against their oppressors?
I look forward to a day in which there can be a beacon of outside hope. From the inside, I fear many wills have been torn asunder. I'm sorry. Forgive my manners. Well, welcome to the ladies' chamber. You are unfamiliar
I know.
to me.
And looks out kind of at you guys standing at the peripheral of the amphitheater.
Travelers.
Yes.
I fear the cold winter is looming, and an ill omen takes this city, friends. You may stay to give worship, if you will, then I recommend you continue on your way. There is little here but dying tradition.
I have a prayer to give.
Interesting.
I pray for a day to come when outside forces can rally the people of Whitestone again. That strangers may come and bring with them salvation, and that the people will seize it.
Speak in strange confidence for a traveler.
Look for signs. Keeper Yenin, look for signs. I'm going to hand him piece of parchment.
Signs of what, if I might ask?
Salvation. Good day to you, sir.
Act cool, act cool. Everybody
Act
act
cool,
cool.
act
Just
really
act
cool.
cool.
We walk south.
Close your eyes, close your eyes.
We walk south. We leave.
And you know what I've left him.
Yeah. As you're walking away, you hear his voice cloud after. Wait.
What does this mean?
He holds the parchment forward, revealing the symbol at the top of the Dorolo family crest.
That what appears dead may not necessarily be death, and that with the shadow of death over the city, perhaps there is life deep underground. Perhaps things that appeared ended and gone are perhaps continuing to this day and may rise again.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. Give you advantage on this.
16.
Kind of nods his head slowly, looks back at the sheet, looks back at you with a discerning look.
He's definitely not gonna.
Oh, not at all. You look like a dirty peasant right now. Just like takes it, like hastily closes it and folds it and puts it in a pouch. Steps back over and gathers some of his loose tea leaves. He was making himself some tea and kind of looks about shiftily. Calls over one of the other worshippers and begins talking with them as you guys walk away.
Let's head south.
South it is.
To the
house.
To the house.
Carrion Stonefells.
All right, let's do it.
Stately manor.
So wait, which mansion were we at?
We were
The
at
Countess.
Countess Anna Ripley.
Which is located? Which mansion is out of
That's the
three?
northeastern one.
That's the northeastern one.
And she was who was the Countess again?
I'm assuming if it is who I suspect it is, it's Countess Anna Ripley.
And who is she to you?
She is a terrible person.
Wait, she's the one who killed a bunch of your people, right?
She's the doctor, right?
She is the doctor.
Oh, she's the one.
Do we get to kill her?
Not
I
now.
hope so. But
Soon.
let's
Not yet.
one at a time. If we're lucky, maybe one a day.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Like a vitamin.
Like a Flintstones vitamin. Except it's assassination.
Yeah. An example.
Do you need some healing? Are you
I'm
okay?
fine. I'm fine.
Scanlan can make you feel
I'm
good.
fine.
He can make you feel
I
real
go up-
good.
Can I go up and ask Keyleth outside of his earshot to maybe cast some sort of restoration on him without... He's fighting it. I don't think he's feeling well. Can you heal him?
I mean, yeah, he's gonna feel it once I cast it on him, but
What are you basing
I'll
that on?
try.
He's like, looks cold and kind of slimy and he's coughing a lot.
Wow, that's harsh.
Well,
Looks cold.
He was probably up tinkering all night or something. It's
all right.
Who are you to talk crazy
I
ass?
know.
I look like a dirty peasant right now.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if my
I didn't think
I don't know
about
if
that.
greater restoration could work. Like I can.
All right.
We're
Oh,
it should only take 20 minutes to get to the house, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
So
approximately.
we should be, yeah.
all right.
We're not passing anything interesting on the way, are we?
Any other safe houses? Potential candidates?
I mean, there are plenty of houses that currently don't show signs of life.
I was thinking mostly the barracks or the alcove.
Yes, but after we kill this thing, we're gonna need to know where to go.
Got some thoughts.
Thoughts? We need a place to retreat to immediately.
The ladies' chamber.
It's
Wait.
an amphitheater, isn't it?
They'll hide. There's quarters they'll be able to hide.
What makes you think they're gonna hide us?
Hunch.
Shouldn't we have a backup plan in case they turn us out on the street?
My thought was if we take care of Stonefell, why don't we hide in his house?
I like
Nobody will
that
know,
idea.
right?
Plans.
Yeah.
It's a good
Let's
plan.
do it.
Probably has some good
I've always
wine.
wanted to be a lord.
All right, let's go assassinate someone.
Sure. Oh, yes.
I don't mean to beat a dead horse or anything.
If it would make
but-
you feel better, you can do whatever you like. But I think
No,
it's just
no,
a tickle.
you're sure about all of this?
This has been what I've been working for years.
Okay.
I'm not going to lose. I was surprised last time. I've had time to think about it. I'm going to be all right. And I'm keeping it together. I'm not going to pretend that I'm great. But
keep in mind, Keith,
I've got a hold on
they
myself.
also have technology now. They have weapons, guns that they're developing. It could be a threat to many, many other people.
No, that I'm fine with. No, not that
I
I'm
understand.
fine with. I mean, I'm fine helping prevent that. I'm just more worried about your sanity than anything else.
I've got a hold. Yeah, and I respect that if you think that I'm slipping, you let me know.
Okay. You followed me into the fiery abyss, so
If that isn't a sign that I must be crazy, I don't know what is.
touche. I'll follow you though. I'll follow you to the end.
As the oldest among us, I say that he's fine.
Grog, how are you feeling?
Actually the oldest among us?
Well, I assume so. I don't know. How old are you people?
What?
Me?
Yeah.
What a horrible question to
Somewhere
ask.
between 1 and like 50.
Well, I'm 27, but I don't know how old she is.
And with that, rainfall begins to hit upon the city.
Rain!
Oh no.
Let's go.
Raining!
The ground immediately becomes thick with mud and sludge as you begin making your way through the city to the eastern side, towards.
I go puddle hopping.
No,
This is not a happy place.
Low key.
Oh, I look miserable.
Look wet.
Okay.
Take the dust of choicelessness to void out any footprints in the mud.
Washed away in the rain.
Do it as you walk along. You do this from the mud kind of shifts behind. It can be a little conspicuous if you're not careful.
Oh, not my normal flower girl routine. Maybe it's like the old Shawshank prison like wall.
The old Shawshank
Fair enough.
prison wall.
All right. The alcove is a little ways north. It would take some time out of your present. You're pushing around like 10:30 in the morning at this point, around 11 a.m. Or are you going straight to the supposed homestead of Kyrian Stonefell?
Let's do it.
We're going straight there?
Yes.
We're going straight there.
All right, you beeline it. You're all getting cold from the wet rain that is now soaked through your clothes. You make your way to this, and then this home is a deep red brick in construction. This house was not here when you lived here. It looks like what house was here has been demolished and rebuilt with sturdy masonry. It's a 2-story building. There appear to be 2 guards currently set outside, 2 just regular leather armor looking, more thugs than guards, but they're just both kind of keeping under the overhang at the front porch to keep dry and kind of grimacing at the weather. There is a gate around it. This gate is more for purpose than visual presentation. It's just a black iron, kind of nasty, jagged, rusty looking gate. Not too dissimilar to the one that surrounded the graveyard. It's about a 20-foot walk from the gate entrance to the front step of the actual building itself. How do you want to approach this?
Let's walk around the back, I think.
As we walk up, I'd like to trail back by Grog in the rain. The killing's gonna start soon. It's not gonna stop. We're gonna protect them. All of them. Yeah, big guy.
Yeah.
Max.
I
Max, you have your daggers back, right? You need a.
I
I
got
put
them all.
a couple arrows in the holy oil.
Okay.
That we have.
All right,
Can I do that
each holy
now?
oil is essentially 3.
Oh, can I just dip one arrow in then right
Sure.
now and
So
sneeze
so
some
so,
of the holy
so
oil?
mark that off for one of your holy oils. You have one of 3 uses.
Alright.
Use of that, and that arrow does have a holy oil essence.
Percival, if we get in there, what are the chances that this gentleman, Sir Carrion, Korean,
You can mispronounce his name, it's fine.
Sir North Korean.
Sir
Starbucks, yeah.
Sir Starbucks.
Sir Starburns.
By the way you said,
what are the chances that he's going to be in a coffin?
Let's just make around with
Like sleeping?
50-50.
Okay. All right, good to know.
Would it be worthwhile to maybe say that the little boy and the old lady were caught hoarding crops and we brought them to this guy, see if we can draw him out of his house?
Ooh, that's a
I will
cool
say-
plan. I like that plan.
It is raining.
Oh wait, but I would be bait?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Let's take a long walk around the house to see if there's a way in through the back.
Okay.
It's dark. It's raining.
And I can't imagine that many people attempt to infiltrate this house.
How dark
Sunlight.
I mean, it's overcast, but it's getting closer to noon.
Hey man,
So even though you
UVB
can't
still
see the
burns.
sun, and it is dark clouds overhead, it is still a general kind of just universal storm light, darkened daylight.
Once around.
Does it look like it's gonna pass soon? Or
No, it looks like it's probably going to be here for the
Great.
most of the day at the very least.
The rain will dampen the screams from inside. So we go around once?
Yeah.
Once around?
Okay.
Guards sure.
Perception checks all around.
Perception check.
Yeah, I'm looking for specifically for ways in the building, other than the front door.
Nice.
I'm looking for clouds because I rolled a 2.
21.
24.
20.
21.
All right. I will say above 20s. You guys notice, there is a cellar door outside of the building that descends beneath it. There's no indicator as to whether or not that is attached to the house or it's just an exterior cellar that you can enter from outside. You do also see there are a number of windows around the household that are all currently closed that lead into the interior. You're uncertain from the
Filling
distance
the
if
cellar
they're
with
locked or open. There's a little bit of light from the inside.
Like candlelight.
Like candlelight or lantern light, like the darkened exterior has made most of the sunlight that would warm a building or light it up from the inside has been cut off by the rainstorm. So there is a necessity for internal lighting currently.
Is there any sign like windows that are blacked out?
No, but you do notice that one of the windows to the far back side of the building, where most of the light's coming from, occasionally the light does seem to shift or a shadow moves past it. There is movement within that room nearish that window.
They're watching TV.
Probably. I cast Pass Without a Trace on all of us.
Ooh, thank you.
Awesome.
Alrighty.
Are we going through the cellar?
It's still is our meal still affecting us?
Till 2.
Yes. Let's go in quick.
Is it possible to see any kind of what the movement is, who it is inside that window?
Not from this 25, 30 foot distance from the building, and you guys trying to be conspicuous around
There's nothing between us and the building.
Well, there is the gate.
Right.
There's the gate and what looks to be like a few rocks and a couple of small trees that are on the actual grounds of the house surrounding it.
Is the cellar door hidden from view of everything, or is it out kind of in the open?
Which one? The
cellar door that we saw?
The cellar door is kind of out in the open, just buttressed against the back of the house. It's kind of up against the ground on the side. It looks like 2 doors that open up and would lead into a cellar below.
Does it look like anybody can see us from?
From where you're standing, no. You're gonna be hard pressed to get across without being in sight of somebody if someone were nearby. You have to be.
We're between a fence, right? There's like a
You're on the
fence
outside
around
of a
grounds.
fence, yeah.
Okay,
like a
So do we want to try and draw them out or get to the cellar? Either way, those 2 thug guards are gonna die.
Are there guards?
There's
two
guards.
They're currently not in visual range of you. They're guarding the front of the building. You guys have moved around back, so you don't see the 2 guards currently on the opposite side of the house.
What's the fence made of? Is it the
Iron.
speary shit?
Big. Is it pokey up
It is
top?
pokey, yes.
It is pokey.
It is pokey.
It's not super sharp
So
pokey, but
should-
there's iron rods that.
So
if
I could
you-
throw a Scanlan over.
If you roll a 2, you can get that.
Yeah,
We
if,
could
if you roll
tell.
poorly, it's gonna
Okay,
deal
but
some
we can
damage.
probably get
But
around.
should we do a diversion for the guards and then
They
some of
can't
us?
even Let's see just us, sneak though.
in and-
Yes, but once we go through the fence, they might. I don't know. All right, you want to sneak in? You want to sneak in?
I
That's
say we
fine.
just try and
Open another
sneak
fence
in
in the
and
back.
not and leave the guards there unless they notice us, and then we'll just thwip.
All right, sure.
How do we sneak in past them?
Unless you and I
You want to try and pull one of the wrought irons off, maybe?
I'd be down for that.
If I puffed some smoke, would it draw attention to us? Or?
Yes, it would draw
Okay, then never mind.
It's raining. It's gonna be. We can make a little noise. It'll be okay.
Where are the guards in the front?
They're currently on the opposite side of the building. If you guys are looking
In
at the
the
back,
front of the building.
They're at the front of the building, guarding the front door.
Inside the gate at the house?
Correct.
You want me to heat up that metal bar for you?
We still have to go over in.
Sure. Get over the bars,
Let's just
right?
open over the bar. Let's
Yeah.
just athletic it.
All right.
Acrobatics it.
Girl,
Up
can
and
you
over?
bend that shit open?
How you gonna?
Your donkey is still there beside you.
Fuck.
Yeah, well, if Grog can friggin' make a hole in there.
Can I try and Lou Ferrigno those bars?
Yeah, man.
You're more than welcome to. Go ahead and make a strength check.
Whatever the bar that he's like
Lou Ferrignoing.
I'm gonna cast heat metal and just
Is that gonna burn his hands?
put on some gloves.
I don't have any gloves.
Spit in your hand a little bit. Been in grip and bear it.
It's raining. It'll be fine.
Fine.
So you
Take
cast
wrap
heat metal on the
leather.
bars,
Uh-huh.
and there's a certain area of the skate that begins to glow with a dull orange to become a brighter orange.
Put your
And
hand
portions
on
of it
that.
become almost going to like a whitish hot in places.
Why don't you just hit it? Hit it with something.
Wrap your hands.
Hit it with something.
Yeah, you can use your axe.
Oh, I was just gonna put
The rain, by the way, is like like puffing against
Use your
and
axe to
evaporating as it impacts with the now heated
But
metal.
that'll be loud.
You do you.
Yeah,
You
I
do
rolled,
you,
I
girl.
rolled a 23.
Oh,
23?
hell yeah.
Okay, you reach over and grab it, your hands smoking on the bar. Use the pain and pull down the bars. You get a large portion of the gate to actually bend downward into an arc, kind of causing the whole gate to fold inward on that side, making it much easier for anyone to pass through. However, you do suffer 9 points of fire damage from the burning. Your hands are currently now scalded.
Now we
and
can
you
get
can
trendy.
see the actual.
That's a hangnail on his pinky toe.
Pretty
It's
cool.
all right.
Pretty cool.
I go ahead and I cast healing word on his hands.
Okay. So it's D4 plus 6.
I D4.
Choose one.
Ooh, 11.
Hey, back to roll.
There you go. So the scarring stays for a bit. You can see, you smell the burning
10.
flesh, but there is no lasting burn
Math.
wounds on your hands. So
Smells like bacon.
Okay,
That,
back to full.
you can
back to
check
full.
to see if there's a lock on the
Yeah,
Cellar.
sure.
We gotta make it across the lawn first.
Well, we're in the back of the house.
Well, we're just all walking very quietly.
We're stealthy.
all right.
Yeah.
So everyone make a stealth check.
We have advantage.
No, everyone gets plus 10 to the stealth.
Oh,
You have disadvantage on your stealth check.
disadvantage.
Plus 10.
Yes, plus 10 to your stealth roll.
17.
23.
34.
Just gonna say it once. We should leave trinket. That's
32.
it. I've said it. I'm done.
34.
26.
Yeah, girl.
Alrighty. You guys all keeping low and quickly darting across
Finger
the
rolled a 24.
grass field. You make your way, pattering across the somewhat slick grass. The rain is a little warmer than the frost that had kind of kept the grounds kind of frozen as the morning came to, and so it's a little slick. But you make your way to the back of the building. You're still loosely out in the open in a weird way, so you don't want to be out in the open for a long period of time. This isn't a safe place. You're currently apparently made it to this side of the building unnoticed, but you don't want to stay here very long because you are visible to anyone who's on either side of the gate exterior.
I'm going straight to the cellar
Up
door.
against the wall of the building.
Okay.
So we can like.
Can I give it a little skunk to see what I feel?
It is locked. It does give resistance.
So I get to work.
Do your thing. Do your thing.
I feel like it's been a while since you've
What?
done this. Since
Didn't work.
Let him work.
Oh, Joe, I already did it earlier when you weren't here.
Oh.
14, that's 27.
27. You reach over without even looking. You grab the lock, and you're familiar with this kind of lock. You just- It comes right off the chain. The chains fall loose against the outside of the, or the inside of the door.
Okay.
You pull it open. It's dark inside. You can see the dry stone steps that lead down below the building as rain starts to darken them with droplets that are hitting from
Well, I just lean my head in really fast and just see if I can hear anything and roll a 1.
Can I
sounds good.
Yeah, sounds
stealth
good.
in a couple
Let's
steps
go.
and like
Come on,
see, look
quick.
around, see if there's anybody in there, hear anything.
Okay, make a perception check.
No, I said it's good, let's go. Right?
Twins think it's
You
weird.
agree? We're never wrong.
19.
19. Listening inside, the smell is a little musty, like a cellar you'd expect, but you know, a little bit of kind of dust and just untouched circumstances. There's nothing down there, no movement, no sound.
Look, we're out in the open.
It's clear. Let's go.
We all go.
Dropping in.
You all drop in, darting into, which is good because you notice also around the corner, one of the giants is coming the corner. You all dive inside, close the cellar doors, bringing you to the interior.
I wonder if they're gonna notice
Hear
that fence.
You hear the pattering of
Nothing,
rain
nothing,
across the wooden doors of
rain
the
just
cellar.
stopped.
You made your way down underneath, and it is pitch black. There's no light source down here.
I pull out my flame tongue dagger.
Okay, a little bit of flame causes enough candlelight to see the surface down here, and it is a wine cellar. There are stacks and
I'll go ahead and
yeah,
use
here.
my flaming hands and kind of.
Okay, and so with
light that up
an
too.
instant of will, all of a sudden flames burst around. Is a small ladder in the corner that seems to lead up to a latched door that leads to the interior of the house.
I go up and I listen at the.
Make a perception check.
Alright. I don't hear anything, you guys. I think it's fine.
My ears
11.
are bigger than yours. Let me have a listen. Get
Yeah,
down.
your ears are huge compared to
Tug,
mine.
definitely. Look at them. And
your sister assures you she heard
There's nothing there.
nothing of issue.
no, I don't hear anything either. I think we should just bust in.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Wait, hang on.
3.
Okay.
Frog just said,
Oh no!
wait,
No, I'm
wait,
sorry,
wait,
but I
wait.
keep forgetting the rogue skill. So really, I rolled a 20.
Wait,
I
what?
rolled a 20.
You rolled a 3
I have a
and it
skill-
becomes a 20?
I can note for perception. I can no longer roll lower than a 10 unless I roll a 1. But if it's a 2 or 9, it's actually a 10 for me.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Rogues
That's
are-
cool.
Rogues are pretty cool.
Yeah,
That's
rogues,
crazy.
Rogues are awesome.
Rogues or whatever.
So you put your ear up to it and kind of listen carefully, and you hear pacing footsteps creaking against wood, no more than maybe 4 feet away from you. Not
Is that one person?
one person. It stops and then moves again, and then moves again, almost like there's pacing, and you hear low voices. It's a conversation. There's 2 voices. What do you hear? You hear one voice, very muffled, but it seems to be similar to the voice of the gentleman that came across you guys on the street that actually briefly talked to Percy the day before.
The old guy with the balding guy.
The balding guy with like the long, stringy gray
Shit.
hair.
Right, he's just reporting in. He's his friggin' money collector.
The other voice you don't recognize, and it's too muffled for you to make out anything. About 4 feet from you, not over the cellar, but off ways to it. You're not certain where this doorway leads to, but the level of muffling you can hear through the floor leads you to believe that they're not directly above you.
Not directly above.
Correct.
All right. There's nobody right above us, but there's people in the house.
Like really close.
Just to be clear.
No, they're on another floor or in another room.
Before we start, we're killing everything, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Do we want to send like one person out sneaky and then have a code word like Cheeto if it all goes wrong?
Last time we did that, it went really well.
Yeah.
Did we do that before?
We didn't send anyone. I just.
Let's go one room at a time. We're just going.
One room at a time. We have to get up through this latch, and there's people right above us.
Scanlan, you or me? Do you want to go invisible, or do you want me to just creep in?
I think you should have some fun too. But before we do anything, do you want me to send a cloud up there of gross smoke to sort of smoke out the area?
No. Let's not let them know we're here.
Like a smell or a visual
Wait,
cloud?
before we do this, Keelan, can you maybe make the gate outside not look like it's all bent to shit?
Zombie guards are gonna see.
Could.
The giants are stupid.
It'll be fine.
Okay.
They're stupid. I mean, the guys up front.
Yeah.
It's fine.
What could go wrong?
Maybe one of the drunk
Let's go.
zombie
All right,
giants.
this is a stealth. We'll be in and out of here in 6 minutes if we do this right. Let's go. Let's go. Go.
Okay, so wait, are you going in? Are you infiltrating?
I'll just go up and see what I see just above us.
Do you want me
I'm
to
not going
make you
far
invisible?
away.
I touch Vax's
Oh.
shoulder, and I cast Enhanceability. And I'm gonna give you Dex saves. What do you want? What do you want?
Ooh, no, make it like wisdom save.
I'm good on that.
Oh.
What do you want advantage on?
Just make him fucking invisible.
Not
don't ask.
dexterity. Constitution.
Okay,
So I'm
I give
feeling
you.
a little weak.
All right, Constitution,
So what's this for?
Enhanceability. So I think it's called like Bear's Constitution or something weird. Bear's
Advantage on Constitution checks. Those are different from saving throws.
Checks.
But it does give them 2d6 temporary hit points, but those do not stack with the current temporary hit points you have. So Constitution would not be of much benefit to you in this.
hold off on that.
Just set a fire down there.
Okay. Do you want Dex or anything? Or?
I'm pretty dexy already.
That is kind of great.
I'll save it then.
Okay.
Instead, I say, good luck.
Bon chance. Vive la résistance.
Alright, I'm gonna.
All right.
Well,
Cap
does
rush.
it? I'm gonna check and see if it gives at all, or if there's anything to it.
It gives.
Gives.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna go up.
Invisible or not?
No,
Make a
just
stealth check.
stealthing up.
All right.
So okay, hold on. I get advantage. 23.
Wait, no, plus 10 because President Chase.
Oh, 33.
33. You move it up without sound. Dart up, catch yourself, and lower it down carefully. Dark interior, use your flame tongue dagger to look inside. You are inside of a closet of some kind, like a 10 by 5 closet. There are, looks like, coats and outfits around you. You kind of push them aside. This looks to be like a small storage room that has been repurposed as a closet of some kind.
I'm listening intently and feeling through as many pockets as I can find.
Easily enough, as you put your ear to the door, they're talking immediately on the other side of this door. You are a room adjacent to it. You do manage to pocket from a few of the coats about 47 gold pieces in total.
Oh!
Thank you.
Who leaves that much in their coat bag?
Can I hear anything?
care.
The rich.
Dead people, that's it.
I can't. Can I make anything out? Yeah.
You make out conversation. It seems to be between a voice you don't recognize and the gentleman earlier you mentioned. It's basically saying,
With everything that's going on now, it's honestly very frustrating that these people are willing to do their share of the bargain. I myself, I've been doing my best to keep them in order, but at this point in time, I think we need to do another show of strength if we're going to keep them working as hard as we have been.
and the voice kind of calms him down a moment. Says, "Don't worry, don't worry. We'll keep it under control. At the very least, we should have to be ready, prepared. If what the Lady Briarwood says, we should be having visitors any day now, and I would hate to be caught flat-footed. So, we're going to go ahead and gather our arms. We're going to make sure that we outfit the place the best we can. Traps, alarms, whatever is necessary to make sure that we are not caught off guard."
This is about to be hilarious.
You guys came at just about the right time.
I'd like to. Everybody hold.
Hold?
Hold. I just want to wait for 1 minute and see what progresses.
Okay. The conversation continues. The older gentleman begins talking about.
I don't like the idea of there being any sort of conflict on our home turf. I wish they would just meet them out headlong or cut them off at the head. Why do we invite them in here? That seems to be a dangerous circumstance.
While they're talking, say, "We've got 2 gentlemen up here."
2 gentlemen.
I think it's time to start killing.
Grog up first. Grog up first.
Places, everyone, places. Grog up before me, and then I go
It's
right after
opening night,
Grog.
and I'm so excited.
Stealth checks all around it.
Oh man! Remember +10, +10.
Send
+10. This shit's getting real.
the Goliath.
That's good. That's good.
18.
+10.
That was +10.
32.
28.
34.
Alrighty. You all slowly make your way up. There's not enough room for all of you inside this room, this storage space. So you kind of push.
Grog first.
So Grog, you go up. You push open the door into the next room, and it is a kind of like we're talking about a music room. There's a few couches around. There's a piano set up.
It went closet to music room.
Yeah, like the.
Oh, we're opening the door?
You guys are opening a door to a room next, like the wall you were listening to is the room next to you.
Even better.
This
Oh, we got another
this
room.
opens up into a room adjacent to it.
Oh, the music room. How regal.
So as you push out into the room, it's dark in here. The only light that's coming in is from the nearby window. A little bit of sun that's coming through the rainstorm. You can still hear the rain pattering on the window, and the second floor above you. There's no sound from the rain hitting the roof from this distance.
Dart my eyes around. Is there anything that is useful in here?
Not particularly. It's mostly decorative. A few vases, some books on the shelf. There is a door that is partially open that leads into a hallway that seems to connect the two rooms.
Which way the voice is coming from?
Yeah. If you the door is the opposite of the window.
Yeah.
And the room that you're in is adjacent to the room where the voices are coming from. The closet's kind of in between the two.
Oh, between the two. So what is it? Outdoor hallway?
Yes, outdoor hallway, and then the room
where
the speaking is coming from.
Do you want me to create a diversion? Of some sort? No? Are we gonna go around?
So we're stealthing, right?
Yes.
So I pull both of their hands and I
Who's
start...
they?
Grog and Keela. Okay. I start pulling them through... That's all right. Out the door. Along the hallway towards the voices.
All right.
That's a lot of maps you have down there.
Really? Really? I'm offended and I'm hurt.
As they go,
I look back at Vex and I just go.
I give you the worst evil eye I've ever given anyone.
Two of them. Too bad one's going that way and the other's going that way.
as they go, I just quickly I lock
do it
eyes with
separately, yeah.
Grog and I just give him a quick little inspiration. Blood, glorious blood. Grog's about to take some dead dudettes and dudes. Grog's about to make some.
All right, so take a D10 inspiration die.
Good back
So
reference.
the three of you move on ahead. The rest of you, Trinket is unable to.
I know, it's a
climb.
ladder.
Can I? Trinket, stay.
I smack the back of your head again. And it's hard because I'm angry right now.
Do you have your rings on?
Turn
them
inside.
I'm gonna do like my
It's the
grandma
mom
used to do
slap,
to me in
exactly.
church.
It's the grandma
Right on the
backhand.
back.
All right, so the three of you stand at the double doors. You moved around to the hallway. Is there a change to this arrangement that you would like? We currently have Grog, Vax, and Keyleth at the front, and the three of you.
I wanna stealth in behind Grog after they go in.
All right, so there you are. So put you kind of the side of the door there. You hear the voices from the other side of the door conversing and talking back and forth. Scanlan, Percy.
Oh my god.
So,
Someone say something cool.
what's the plan?
I put my hand up in the air.
Rolos roll out.
And I click my boots together. Feel that adrenaline rush.
I rage.
And I kick the door as hard as I can. Go right in.
The door swings open, both of them, slamming onto the sides of these two bookcases.
What's up?
Immediately, you see behind the desk
All
here,
vampires
standing in the center.
It's Kiefer Sutherland.
Across the way, you see the older gentleman in his kind of long robes, immediately spin his head and see essentially a troop of armed villagers, peasants, dirty faces come rushing in, all fucked up eyes and all. Food! Rushing
We have our
into the
pitchforks.
room. They both turn looking completely caught off guard by this. You do also see in the room there are a few guards that are just kind of waiting off to the side. There's a couch area, there's a fireplace.
Oh, of course. Damn guards.
You guys get a surprise
Yay!
round.
That's right.
So let's go ahead and roll initiative just to get the order of things here.
Advantage on initiative because I have that thing.
Are you alert? Do you have alert? Is that what it is?
No, I have feral instinct.
Ooh.
Which I forget sometimes. That's better.
All right, so 25s to 20.
20.
23.
All right, yeah. 20 to 15.
16.
Whoa! Look at you,
Alright.
Scanlan.
You're all better figure out what I'm gonna do.
So Scanlan is 16. 15 to 10.
13.
13.
Oh.
Half elves.
Team half elf.
10 5.
I've been looking forward to this.
Is that everyone here?
It's all of us.
That's everyone. Yeah.
Bitch is gonna die.
Ready.
Clean
So
house.
first surprise round from all of you guys, catching them off guard. Up first is Percy.
Percy.
I'm gonna pull into that empty. Oh, I've got a button, don't I?
I don't want to kill so bad.
I'm gonna pull into that corner right there.
Over here.
And I'm gonna take 2 shots at that soldier in the corner, at that guard.
Okay. The guards you can see wearing dark studded leather armor, no cloaks. They both just kind of have what looks like either rapiers or stilettos, daggers on their sides, and they kind of look at the sudden, intrusion and begin going for their weapons. But caught them off guard.
22.
22 does hit.
That's just a D10. Where are my D10s? That'll do. It's 9 points of damage.
Alrighty.
Another shot to him.
Alrighty.
That's a misfire.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna do a quick repair. And that's fine.
Does the repair take an action? or-
No, it takes a.
Okay, so you're fine. It does not break. Okay, cool. All right, so that's your turn. Once you're off, poof, the blast rings out. As you fire the pepper box, like it misfires, and you quickly turn around, throw one of your tools in the air, catch it, and with one swift movement, you unblock the passageway, click it back up into its place, and at the corner of your eye, you turn, and for the first time in 5 years, you see standing behind the desk, Sir Carrion Stonefell. Visually nearly the same as the last day you saw, except for maybe a little bit of white in the sides of the hair. Armored with a nice set of relatively ornate leather armor, blue hues and blacks. The hair itself is kind of this tousled brown. There's a boyish charisma to him if he wasn't such an asshole. And the moment you see him, there's just this boiling rage from within, just to have that moment of sight.
If you're lucky, you die last.
There's a look of complete confusion as he has no idea who any of you are.
I know.
You're like paupers that just literally burst into his office. That ends your turn, Percy. Grog, you're up.
I hear him say that he has to die last. And in my rage, I race forward to that fuck in the middle of the room, and I swing my firebrand warhammer at him twice.
Alrighty.
I would like to make this first one a new feat called Great Weapon Master.
Alrighty.
What does that do?
So -5 to hit.
I'm gonna use my inspiration. No, not on that one. That misses.
What'd you roll?
A 2. So that's 11. Yeah, that misses.
That definitely misses. As you swing in, and just ducks out of the way. And even though he's older, he reacted pretty quickly, and your weapon just slams into the ground, splintering some of the wood. You peel back for a second attack.
That makes me even angrier.
Oh, Jesus.
And now I'll use inspiration.
That.
18, 28, minus 5. 23.
23 does hit.
Yay!
Plus 10 damage.
Okay.
Oh.
So, this plus 8 is 13. 17. 27.
Haha.
7 points of
Okay.
damage. That's not him, that's...
Plus 6, or plus 4 of the fire damage, but still the 27 total.
Right, 27 total. Good.
He's
So,
behind the desk.
as he ducks out of the way, you bring up the hammer a second time and whack! Smack him right square in the chest. Ooh, the wind escapes him for a moment, and the flames lick across the front of his chest. He catches himself on the table between the sofa and chair behind him. Gets back on his feet. Looks at you for a second, pulls out 2 short swords. Whoosh.
That's the best thing you could have ever done.
Oh, man's got game.
I don't know who you are, but you're gonna regret this.
What does Grog look like? Does he look like?
Grog looks like an oafish butcher.
I like
Kind of tubby on the sides, an oldish kind of middle-aged looking man, scruffy beard, kind of Scanlan is best on that one. Whatever other visual you want to.
Pot belly.
A huge pot belly. All right, Grog, that end your turn.
Yep.
All right. But in theory, it is a surprise round, so you may have had advantage in that first strike. So go ahead and roll it. Remembering that.
Oh, that really hit.
Yeah, 26 minus 5 is 21.
23.
Okay,
Oh, 20.
No, you're right.
Yeah, 21.
I'm terrible.
Roll damage again. So we'll say this is an additional third strike in reaction to him pulling his blades out.
32.
Oh, Jesus God.
Sweet God.
Wham! The hammer slams him a second time. He almost drops his weapons. The actual end table he's resting on shatters beneath him, and he has to get back up onto his feet and is looking genuinely fearful now. That ends your turn.
Dropped your toothpicks.
Scanlan, you're up.
Okay, so he's been attacking the old guy.
Correct.
Those 2 flanking the big boss are just guards, right? They're just standard issue guards.
The best you can tell, they're both like studded leather armor. They don't look like guards, like armored. They look like thugs that are essentially there to
Like
kind of watch
hands?
his side, kind of, yeah.
All right, well, I'm gonna run in the room.
About how far in?
Just make a left. Turn right, away from the action, and then I'll look at the guard behind and to the right of the big guy.
The guy there?
The good guy, the bad guy. How do you do this?
You got it. You got it. You
Right?
got
It's
this.
on. Okay.
Alrighty. That guy there?
No, this guy.
That guy,
over
okay.
here. And I'll dominate him.
Is
with-
that also a guard?
Yeah, that's
What's
the
a guard?
There are 3 guards.
There are 3 guards.
All right, you're going to attempt to dominate person.
So yes, I
Okay.
pull up my hand cone and I say, "You're as cold as ice, willing to sacrifice your boss." And so I tell him to kill his boss.
Oh, that's
What's the DC on that?
19.
Wisdom. You rolled a 17. That's a fail.
Yes!
He is currently dominated by Scanlan.
Cold as ice.
All right, good to know. So he as he pulls his heavy crossbow out, loads it, and aims it towards you. Looks over his shoulder for a second, trains it on his boss.
Yes.
Sir Carrier looking confused by this whole circumstance.
cool.
All right. That ends your turn.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Keyleth, Vax, and Vex take your surprise rounds now.
Can I go first so that I don't do any damage to you guys if you guys go in and...
Yeah, I'm also probably gonna do a ranged spell.
Okay.
What are you guys talking about? Kill him.
Okay, I wanna go in and peek my head in and shoot. First, I'm gonna shoot from my longbow of Sky Sentinel, and I'm gonna use it like turns into 3 arrows for one of my attacks, so it's like 3 more attacks potentially.
Well, it's 2 additional attacks against the one arrow. So you'll get 4 attacks in one round essentially.
Good God.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do
There
that.
happen to be 5 people in the room. So.
So I'm gonna attack him, the guy,
Which guy?
the bad guy,
There's 2
Behind the
major
desk?
bad guys in there.
the one that's in charge, Carrion.
So Karen, all right, go for it.
Yeah.
Nice.
28.
28 hits.
Okay, so I make an attack for all 3 arrows.
Correct.
And
I
then-
mean that was one of them.
Okay.
What you do is you fire it, it splits into 3 along the way, and then you roll for each attack on each arrow.
Oh, that one doesn't hit. Well, probably not. 13?
No.
18?
18 unfortunately does not hit either.
Jeez Louise, what a waste of a storm arrow. Okay, well that does
There's
the
three,
attack.
and you still get a fourth attack with your second.
Yes.
So.
Hunter's mark.
That was the wrong thing. I can't. I'm gonna Hunter's Mark him after this first one because it's a bonus action.
Oh yeah.
What am I doing? 14, 16, and then plus another d6. So it's basically like Hunter's Mark, right?
Nobody knows what you're doing.
So the first arrow does additional
19
lightning
is the
damage.
first one.
I got you.
And then I attack again. I'm gonna Hunter's Mark him now? Can I do that?
It's just like the
you
crazy
mean if you
cat
have
lady
bonus
from
action, yes, you
Simpsons.
can.
Okay, I do that.
Eyes going off.
29.
29 does hit, yes.
I'm so confused right now.
Us
10,
too.
11, I know. 14 on the second one.
Okay, gotcha. So you are split, two of them, and poof, embedding into the actual desk itself and exploding with a burst of electricity. A third one strikes him in the chest, and you can see it kind of stick in the armor and poof, jolt him for a second. He kind of backs up a little bit, catching himself at the edge of the desk as the final arrow comes and strikes him in the shoulder. He cuts off the shaft of the arrow as it hits, just out of anger and frustration.
I totally shit the bed on that one, guys, and I apologize.
Oh, we're cracking it up.
I had other things that I wanted to do.
All good.
After she does that, I say, "That was my grandma!"
Little boy.
Adding to the confusion.
Yeah.
Oh, what kind of armor is Sir Carrion wearing?
What's up? Do you want to move at all? Like you would have had to have moved into the room to do that shot because you were outside in the hallway.
Huh?
You were in the hallway when that happens. I would just say you have to be in the room to shoot them. Where would you want to be?
Oh, just right inside the door.
Right there in the door? Okay.
What kind of armor is Sir Carrion wearing?
Best you can tell, it looks like a very high quality studded leather.
Studded leather?
Yeah.
Okay.
Burn it off.
Can I say I peeked in to shoot and then went back around the side of the door?
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Keyless Vex.
Is it up to us?
Yeah.
Yep. You guys are the last ones to go?
Go.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Call Lightning. And I'm gonna bring down a bolt. What's the, here we go, this way? Right in between Sir Carrion and this guard.
Alrighty.
So that they both have to
Take
save
that,
from it.
Sir Korea.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kim Jong.
Carrion Stone fell.
This is a thing of note. A storm cloud appears in the shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius, centered on a point you
God.
can see in the air.
Oh, so it's gonna like,
The room won't fit it, unfortunately.
the room won't fit my storm cloud?
Yep.
That sounds like a great song.
And it says specifically, if you're in a room that can't accommodate the cloud, it can't appear.
Pooper muffin. Okay. Well then.
If you want to consider your next move, Vax can go while you're
Yeah, go Vax.
Okay.
All right, I am running straight towards the. So the kind, what's his name? Kyrian is at the
Kyrian.
desk. So I just run right towards the desk. I step against the desk, leap up into the air, and come down and go fukunk into his shoulders.
Right there?
Yeah, right. I'm on the desk.
Oh, on the desk.
In front of him, going for his chest.
That's nice. Go for it.
First, and I get advantage on everything. It's a 30. And this is a surprise attack, so it's a critical hit plus the sneak attack damage. This guy is going down. That's 1 plus 7 is 8. What gets doubled? Everything.
Just the dice.
Just everything. Not the sneak attack damage.
No, the secret damage as well.
Okay,
but
8.
just the modifiers look at doubled.
Oh, okay. So that was, 2 plus 7 is 9.
Having a flashlight party.
9, 10, 11, 12, 18, 23, 29, 33, 66 for the first attack, darling.
66?
66. Here comes the second dagger into him at advantage.
66.
Is 18.
5 rounds.
Plus is 28, so that obviously hits, and that is 1 plus 6 is 7. And then the third dagger comes down, is 29, and that also hits. So I've shanked his ass, that's an 8. shunk, shunk.
66 plus 15 is 70. This was 81.
Yep.
Okay.
81 points of damage. One round of
Wow.
combat. As you land on the desk, your daggers just bypass the armor. They find their way through the top of the armor and sink past the clavicles into the deep portion of the chest. He, from the impact, and you hear him choke, and blood spatters up from his throat. He reaches up and grabs your hands and lifts them off out of the wound. You can see just a gout of blood pour from the wound. As you reach back and stab him a third time with the dagger, as you catch yourself on the back of the desk, he reaches up and kicks you, forcing you to kind of get back on your feet with your daggers at the ready. The blood's beginning to pour. It's not a mortal wound, but it's looking really bad for him. He's not on death's door, but that definitely took him down a few pegs.
I give him a Vex wink.
He looks at you and growls.
Did we get
drawing
any?
2 rapiers from his side, dropping the dagger that he had pulled out. Yeah.
He draws 2 rapiers?
Yeah.
Do we get any indication by what we just saw if he might be, like a vampire or something?
Make an inside check.
He bleeding.
I can make an insight check? Oh, yeah.
Wow.
27.
27. Nothing yet has given away any sort of essence of that. He doesn't look particularly pale, or
he's also aged.
In a rough place. He
Yeah, he has age.
definitely looks wounded and unhappy.
Can I ask a technical question? Sure. According to Assassinate, any
Yeah.
hit I score against a creature that is surprised is a critical hit. Any hit. So are the 2 subsequent
After the first
attacks-
hit?
That's sneak attack. This says, in addition, any hit you score against a creature that is surprised is a critical hit.
Right. Okay.
Any?
I'm.
You wouldn't be surprised after the first one.
I'm usually under the impression that after the first hit, they're no longer surprised. They know you're there.
Okay,
that's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
What is that?
Well, I thought they were like 0.3 seconds apart,
Oh, yeah.
so I thought it was so fast.
That's true. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Oh! What?
So
Double what?
Well,
It
it
just
would
doubles
double
all
the
of-
last 2 attacks,
That was
which were much
15.
less.
It's 15,
I don't
so
remember.
it becomes 30.
No, it was, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, he's not happy. Really not happy. Okay. All right. Then it's your turn. Keyleth, what are you doing?
Alright, I'm gonna do some fun shit. So, seeing Vax go up and get next to Lord Kyrian, or whatever the shit his name is, I am gonna go and turn into a dire wolf this time, mixing it up from Minxie.
It's like a normal wolf,
But she's slightly bigger,
but dire.
but dire. It's white, wintry wolf, like from the mountains that I'm
Holy
from.
shit.
And I'm going to.
You are now like filling up the entirety of the double door frame right now.
I'm going to rush and use my pack tactics and flank Lord Kyrian.
At your size, you can't quite get to him.
Ah.
Unfortunately. I mean, you could try and move around this way, maybe. You will probably take an attack of opportunity from this guy, but you can try and move around.
Oh, from random shithead?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
What's your movement?
He's
As a
not
dire
random
wolf?
shithead. He's the enforcer.
50 feet.
Yeah, you can do that.
He's a ball guy.
You move around and you get over there.
Is that flanking?
I
get
it's
flanking?
not flanking, no. Yeah, it's not flanking per se. I mean, you're adjacent to him. You have to be on opposite sides to flank.
I know, that's what I was trying to get. Alright, well then, how about, since Vax has that guy, I'll go for this guy. Take
Okay.
him
The
out.
corner.
Okay, so you move into that guy there.
Okay.
That is the most peasant-looking dire wolf ever.
Yeah, this little peasant girl just went.
Ooh, that was a 19 to hit. So.
That'll hit.
Okay, 2 is plus 3. That's not great. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 piercing damage, and then do I also? Oh, and he has to make a DC 13 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
He rolled a 12.
Ho! So he's down.
He's knocked prone. How much damage was it?
Not a lot. So, what did I say? 6?
6 points piercing damage?
Yes.
Okay. And he's knocked prone. Falls on the ground.
Do I get my fiery stuff for that?
What attack was it? Was it a bite?
Bite.
No.
Okay. Okay, he's down.
All right, is that your turn?
Yep.
All right. That ends the surprise round. Now we're at the top again. Percy, you're up.
I'm going to take one step forward. I'm going to shoot that guard one more time.
The one over here?
Yep.
Alrighty.
I'm going to try sharpshooter. And that's 14, 15, 21 to hit.
21 hits.
So that's, that'll do 19 points of damage.
19
Actually, that's more than 19 points because it's a fire shot. So 19 plus 2, so 21 points with 2 points of fire damage.
21 points of damage. All right. You fire. There's a burst of flame that gouts out the side of the pepper box, blasting into the chest of the guard off to the side. He's thrown against the wall from the sheer force of it. Reaches down and grabs his chest and looks at it. You can see there's like red crimson across his hand as you've actually blown a piece of his leather armor open, and you can see the wound in his chest. He's looking. There's a little bit of blood trickling out his mouth, and he just looks angry at you.
Shooting him again. That's 17.
17 hits.
Nice.
That's 21 points of damage.
21 points of damage. Nice. You blast him this time on the other side of the shoulder. You can see now this armor is now torn open, exposing the wound here, and his arm's now hanging to one side. He's looking in severe pain and kind of head barely hanging on at this point.
Fall, damn it. Shooting him again.
Kill him, kill him, kill him.
That's 20 to hit.
20 to hit. Hits.
8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. All right, this final one is he's like looking at something. Angry looks at you, picks his crossbow up and aims it at you. Before he gets a chance to, you aim your third shot, firing, hitting him right in the center of the head, blasting out part of his face. His body spins, and he falls over into the plant in the corner, just kind of slumped over it.
I finished walking to like almost into the corner over there, right next to him, like about there. Spend an action surge, taking 3 more shots at Kyrian.
Whoa.
Okay.
Oh, yeah!
Damn.
This is a sharpshooter round.
Okay.
That's 26 to hit.
26.
Do you crit on a 19?
I don't crit on a 19. That's that'll do. 24 points of damage plus a point of ice damage, so 25 points of damage.
Plus an additional d6 points of damage with that.
Yay! Because he's an asshole. That's 6 more points of damage.
So, as you go around and fire from the barrel, the shot fires out, and as you recoil, you guys, for those who are noticing off the side, this dark smoke's beginning to slowly pour out of Percy's body, out of his eyes and his ears, and the hand on the gun. There's just this black smoke's beginning to emit from his body and begin to envelop the gun arm.
What?
We all see this?
For those who are paying attention, which right now would be pretty much just Scanlan and Vex. Rock's too
weird.
Wait, you see it,
So you don't see shit.
I'm not
Shut
crazy.
up.
No, but I'm at this guy's throat.
I'm gonna take a quick reload.
Okay.
And I'm going to fire again with sharpshooter, and I'm going to use I'm going to do a headshot.
Okay.
So I'm going to attempt to make him have issues doing things. Natural 20.
The golden snitch strikes again.
Yeah, he did. I can see it from here.
Swear it's
With the additional d6, by the way.
What?
With the additional d6.
Does the d6 double or does it not double?
All dice roll double.
This is going to be angry.
Yeah, it is.
Gunslinger warlock.
So.
It's pretty good. It's pretty
18,
good.
19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 35, 36, 42 points of damage.
Nice.
Of fire damage. 42 points plus, and that's with 5 points of fire damage, 42 points.
Okay. The first blast hits, and you can see the cloak is blown off the shoulder and set aflame. Actually, just kind of burns and cinders in the corner. So Carrion looks down and is like, ugh. and he's kind of like looking very, very curiously. The second shot rings out, and at this point now, like the smoke is wreathing your entire arm. The gun isn't even visible; it's just this giant column of smoke. The second shot rings out. This time, hitting him in the side of the neck and the shoulder, blowing a chunk off of it. It's part of the bone is now sticking out. It's like no. It reaches back with his arm and is like with the rapier up, kind of clutching it for a second. It leans over and just looks back over. It's, Ripley.
I'm just as an action.
Ripley.
As a bonus action, I'm going to remove my hat and I'm going to ask. I'm just going to say, drop it.
Oh.
Will this take an action?
To drop the spell, you can do it on your turn.
On your turn, yeah.
Okay, I think that's next. Ripley.
All right. So.
Ripley.
After.
He thinks it's Ripley.
After,
He thinks it's Ripley with the gun. Ripley's building guns.
Ripley that's doing the gun.
Fucking Ripley.
So, that finishes Percy's turn. It is now Sir Carrion Stonefell's turn.
Oh shit.
Carrion's going to use a bonus action to use Second Wind.
Oh no, that's some sort of healing.
That's a
thing,
healing.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's not that much though.
It's not much healing.
Wait, who's doing what?
It has 6,000 health points.
Heals a little bit.
5,900.
Wait, is it a regeneration thing or he's casting a
No,
spell?
it's a fighter action.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
And that was with the headshot, you said?
Yeah, it was with a headshot. So that means just for
this headshot
disadvantage for one has a disadvantage on attacks for 1 round.
Right, and deals damage, right? That's
it, and deals damage.
Okay.
I'm a good boy.
So Carrion is going to, since currently the circumstance is going to move this way, just to kind of hide alongside Vax, and since you're on top, is with both rapiers out, and you just jam your dagger, I'm just going to do a flurry of 4 strikes against you.
Okay.
With disadvantage on all the attacks.
With his clavicle sticking out of his shoulder.
Yeah. So that's.
I'll use uncanny dodge for the first one that hits.
16, the first attack.
No.
All right. Let's rolled a 1 on the second strike. That is a 21 on the third attack. And oh no, it's a 14 on the fourth attack. Disadvantage, just swinging wide. It gets one hit on you.
Get that clavicle to be working.
Yeah, uncanny dodge on that attack.
That is 8 points of piercing damage against you.
So 4.
Ooh. It's nothing.
That's nothing. Got a nick
that
on my
finishes
shin.
Sir Carrion. Sir Carrion is now going to go ahead and
turn invisible.
Turn into smoke.
He's actually going to take a step back towards the wall. You get an attack opportunity.
Yeah. All right. I throw a dagger in his face.
All right.
That is 28.
That hits.
Okay. And that is 8 points of damage.
Alrighty. Steps back and slams his fist against the wall.
Oh no, oh no.
Wait, who did that?
Carrion, he's calling in backup.
Wait, he's calling backup? Shit.
We
All
think.
right.
Yeah.
So that ends Carrion's turn. Grog, you're up.
I keep smashing shithead that's in front of me.
Okay, go for it.
That's 24. These are just regular.
Yeah, 24 hits.
24. Oh, I should roll the other one first. Again, 24.
24 hits.
Weird.
Are you going to frenzied rage, or are you just doing?
Oh,
attacks?
regular rage. 23 on the first one.
Alrighty.
And 12 on the second.
Gotcha. Whack! This with the fire damage as well from the hammer?
Yes.
Yeah. So the hammer strikes across the back, the broadside of his shoulders and back. Looks up at you, looks over at Sir Carrion, just being annihilated behind the desk, and just trying to nervously gauge his circumstance. Second strike smacks him upside his body, and is like, and he's just trying to take in the surroundings and figure out some sort of plan. All right, so that are you gonna say where you are?
That's it.
Okay. It is now Master Vuk's turn.
Who?
You have not heard his name yet, but it is his turn.
White guy.
The guy I've been smacking.
Is going to
Mr. Rogaine.
I'm picturing him as what's his name in
From Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Me too.
Yeah.
Mr. Filch?
Filch.
Yeah,
Filch. Totally.
Filch on steroids.
Yeah.
Is going to use a. Okay. Is going to use a bonus action to disengage from you. And he's going to back away just one step that way. Uses action to.
His magic?
He's gonna try and dimension door out.
Wait,
Let's see here.
but Mr. Filch doesn't have magic.
Yeah, he's a squib.
He's a squib. Squibs can't do magic.
He knows this. He's making origami.
Don't you get an attack of opportunity?
Actually,
for breaking?
instead, is not going to use a bonus action to disengage. Is going to use a bonus action to use Misty Step.
Misty Step.
Vanishes, reappears over by the wall. Uses the action to cast a level 3 invisibility on both him and Circarian Stonefell. So they are both considered invisible at the moment.
And with the Missy Elliott step, I don't get a attack.
Not for that, unfortunately. It's an immediate teleport, so he just vanishes from in front of you.
What the fuck?
I do.
So for the purposes of this, they are both currently visible. And that's going to end.
That soldier hasn't attacked yet either.
Correct. His turn hasn't come up yet.
He can't.
Now it becomes Scanlan's turn.
Oh. Well, I can't see anyone who's alive, who I haven't dominated already, except for the guy under the direwolf.
Yep.
So I will remind all my fellows to keep one alive to spread our terrorist message, and I will run out to the hallway and say, Vex, get inside. And because I know reinforcements are coming, I cast Stinking Cloud out into the hallways.
Okay.
Badass.
So, Stinking Cloud appears. What's the radius on that?
Stinking Cloud.
I think it's a 20-foot radius, isn't it? I think.
It says 90 feet range. Let's see here. 20-foot radius.
Okay, cool. So you just filled this entire hallway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will it seep into the room as well, or will it just?
You can keep it localized to that area. You'll be in your own cloud.
Oh, well then can I stop just short of the door?
You can stop right short of the door and fill this whole area with the Stinking Cloud. Yeah.
Sorry,
You can hold that action until she comes into the room.
Okay, I will hold that until she comes in the room.
Okay. So Stinking Cloud is not yet up.
Okay.
But
Before
she's next, I believe.
She's not.
Okay. So. Yeah, next round. Okay, so you are up next.
And I will inspire her as well.
Okay.
Yay.
Do you want to do that?
I do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah. Every time, man.
You have to.
Vex be nimble, Vex be quick. Vex jump on the limbo stick. Now you don't know how you're gonna react because Vex has an attack. Oi!
I'm done. I don't get it.
You take your D10 inspiration.
Yay.
Confused, but accept the inspiration.
Take 5 minutes to knock
A chuckle in the middle of a hearty battle is always worth a little inspiration.
Alright, so I go in the room.
All right, you step into the room. At that point, you trigger your action to release the Stinking Cloud. All right, you want to stay there? Just outside of the
Yeah, I
radius?
stay right kind of in the doorway.
Okay.
Actually, no, I back. Well.
What are you doing, Vex?
Yeah, I'm staying right there.
Okay.
I can't see. Is there a soldier right there
Yeah,
next
in
to
the
the
corner.
invisible guys?
Yeah.
Or is it just the invisible
On
guys?
that wall, it's like soldier being eaten by Keyleth and then invisible.
Two invisibles and then another soldier who I've already dominated.
Okay. Then I guess I'm just gonna. I'm just
He
gonna
still
shoot.
hasn't had a turn?
Sorry, Keyleth.
No, it's fine.
Now
Go
you
for
go
it.
surprise
Hail
round,
of
and they're
Thorns.
lowest on the initiative
Do
rack.
it. Do it.
Actually, I'm gonna do lightning arrow because that gets everything within 10 feet.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast lightning arrow on the soldier on the ground.
Which one?
The one that Keyleth's attacking.
The one that Keyleth's attacking.
I will say you don't really have visual on him from that position.
Can I
because-
move to a place where I get it?
Yeah,
do
you
a
can
bank
get
shot
right
off
there.
the ceiling.
Right?
There you can probably see, yeah.
Awesome. Let's do it from there.
Okay, go for it. You have advantage on the attack roll because he is prone.
Nice.
There it is.
27.
27 hits.
Okay, so that is 4d8 damage to him,
Alrighty.
and then anything within 10 feet has to make a dex save.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Okay. Is that including your brother?
Yeah, that's everything within 10 feet.
It's also including invisible.
I'm good. Well, 10 feet, he's not there. It would just be Keyleth and Sir Carrion.
Ooh, 22.
19.
21.
Nice. It makes it 21, actually. Exactly.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
19 to little prone soldier,
Okay, 19.
and then
As it snaps him and then bursts, the electricity kind of shockwaves out, and he shakes him on the ground, the taser effect. The blast seems to, like, is it half damage if they make the save?
it's to the little prone guy.
Yeah. Oh, no, to anybody in the radius.
Anybody within radius takes 1d8 if they make the save, and then 2d8 if they fail.
Okay, so roll 1d8.
1.
Okay. So 1 damage to you.
Awesome. Awesome.
That's great. And 1 damage to Sir Carrion.
To Sir Carrion.
You see a spark of energy around the invisible form that kind of wavers in place.
That's good, at least to kind of around something.
All right, that ends your turn. Vax?
I saw that spark in the air, and I just start knifing right into it.
Okay. So is that the last thing you want to do with your turn?
Yeah, does the Hunter's Mark damage him, the invisible guy still, if he gets hit with anything? Or is it just if I attack him with an arrow?
I think if you attack him, that was more of just the
Okay.
person in the vicinity.
So hearing him go and seeing a spark right in front of me, I just start knifing at that point.
All right. So disadvantage on all the attacks.
Disadvantage, but I get advantage, so cancels out.
Why do you get advantage?
Because you're awesome.
Oh no, I don't. I'm sorry.
So disadvantage on all the strikes.
All right, so the first one misses. Well, that was the first two was terrible. That's terrible. That's also terrible. Oh, I hit. Oh, I just went whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Yeah, you swing in the area and you just can't get the blades to find any of his physical person. Striking and arcing across the wooden wall behind them, causing these giant gashes. All right, that ends your turn.
Still bleeding.
Yeah, unless you want to stay where you are right there. Or...
Yeah, I'm gonna stay there.
You would have probably had to move up there to attack him. Well, you're just throwing the daggers, right?
I back up. Is Keyleth on the desk?
No, she's next to the
Oh,
desk.
And I'm on the desk?
On the desk, yeah. So
No, I'll stay where I am.
Okay, so you're just throwing the daggers from the desk?
Yeah.
Okay, that ends your turn. Now, Keyleth.
Looking up and noticing that Sir Kyrian is gone and Vax is blindly stabbing into the distance, I'm gonna drop my wolf form and cast Fairy Fire in
Okay.
that radius.
Did you drop your wolf form?
20-foot cube.
Mark that
Right.
shit.
Here.
Okay. And if I recall-
Realizing my party members are clearly stabbing at something.
I like it when he has to go to the book. Makes me feel like there's perhaps things he doesn't know.
Fairy fire is an underused thing. It's
Yeah.
really cool.
All right, so both their forms all of a sudden are outlined by the sparkling purple halo that shows you directly where they are.
Yes.
Awesome.
All right. So that's your turn? Do you want to move anywhere?
I'll back up a tidbit.
Okay.
Just back up.
Okay, as you back up, an invisible form that you just got revealed swings out at you with a rapier. As an attack opportunity.
Whatever.
Oh, but he's
disadvantage on the
Disadvantage.
attack. He has advantage on her because he's in. Although
See him now.
you can see him, that's true. This is a lot of.
So confusing.
Well, Fairy Fire kind of made this weird.
To the books again,
dude.
Fairy
All right.
Fire always makes it weird.
She's got that chamber.
Ding.
Ain't it the truth?
Ain't it the
Man, that
truth?
Fairy
Just a
Fire.
minute, folks. There's a lot of overlapping effects here because everyone has magic.
Now's a good time to go to the store and check out the Critical Role T-shirt.
Yep, it doesn't benefit from invisible.
Okay.
It is fine. So it has disadvantage on the attack.
Good QVC,
So that is
Brand new T-shirt for sale, guy.
and 15.
Miss.
Yep. So nice as you back up. All right. That ends your turn. Now, this guard gets up, gets his crossbow, aims it up, and looking around the room, aims it. This would be. Seeing his friend turn on his boss briefly after you shouted that song at him, he's gonna turn the crossbow on you.
On me?
Yes.
Jesus.
That's going to be a 16 to hit.
I don't even know anymore. No one's attacked me in a while.
AC.
Well, it's 17.
17.
Well, it's 15 plus 2 because I've got something on. I don't know.
17. You've got the amulet on.
All right. So, as it comes towards you, you just kind of duck out of the way. It ducks. It passes and snags into the wall behind you.
Probably swear.
No hit. The thug is then going to drop the crossbow on the ground and rushing up, pull out a mace that was hanging from the side of its belt and engage you right there.
Oh, I thought he was going.
I thought so too.
That would have been good.
There.
Everybody makes
This
mistakes.
guy is going to attempt to make 2 attacks against the against Master Vuxtrono. Has advantage on them because Fairy Fire. That hits. And 2 attacks with mace. That is 18. Yeah, hits with both.
Ha.
Whack, whack with the mace both times.
The guy you charmed. Awesome.
Nice. Sorry.
Wait, who's
guy
this?
that he's
The guy you
attacking.
charmed.
That's not my guy. That's not my guy, man.
There, this
oh,
guy
that
is.
guy is. Yeah. Oh, wait, he's attacking my guy?
No, he's attacking.
Oh,
that's great. The guy's invisible. Yeah. Doing a total of 16 damage with this
Yeah.
mace. Whack, whack, bludgeoning. He's now going to try and make a saving throw to shrug it. What's the DC on that?
On my spell?
Yeah.
It's 19.
19? Yeah, it does not make it. Still under control. That ends the thug's turn. Top of the round. Percy, you're up.
Go, Percy. Go, Percy. Go.
Sharpshooter against Kyrian.
Sir Kyrian, okay.
Do I have advantage on that because of Fairy Fire?
You didn't. He does not benefit from invisibility, and you have advantage. Yes, you do. Vox Machina, broken.
16.
16 to hit.
Yeah.
Misses.
Take another shot.
That was with advantage?
Yeah.
Hooper.
Oh, 20.
20 does hit.
$15 points of damage.
15. You see one blast hits the wall and causes the part of the wood to splinter outward. The second shot impacts the partially invisible form. You can see a splash of blood across the desk in front, partially spattering across Vax and one of his guards.
Taking a third shot with
right.
ice. No sharpshooter. Yeah, no sharpshooter. Natural 20.
What?
Percy rolls. Percy rolls. Percy rolls.
It's making up for my gun failing like 4 times.
Whatever you possessed, Voldemort, just
I
do
know.
Smoke arm.
6, 16, 25, 31 points of damage. 31 points of damage with 4 points of that being ice damage.
Okay. So Percy, how do you want to do this?
You said that weird.
This is against
important.
Kyrian,
This is
right?
important. This is
Against Sir
important.
Kyrian. This is.
Oh. How do you want to do this? That's the logo that's on the shirt that's for sale right now.
Oh, stop it.
Is this the
Don't cheapen this.
one of your barrels?
Percy.
Don't cheapen this.
Too late.
Currently visible at your disposal, Sir Kyrian, you have enough of a shot to finish him off. The smoke is pushing you. Vengeance. 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 Repeatedly echoing in the back of your mind. How do you want to do this?
I'm going to put on the mask since I'm still under. He still doesn't know who I am.
Okay. You reach up, you pull the mask down. The bird-peaked element of the mask now wreathed in smoke, resembling very closely the entity that made the original bargain with you.
I'm going to walk up to him.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no way to drop the illusion. That's such a damn shame.
Oh wait, you told me to.
I did.
I
but you
could
didn't.
have. I didn't. Fuck.
Can we do it now for flavor?
That's fine. The mask will do. I'm going to take one last shot. I'm going to look right at him. I'm going to catch his eye. This is for the Drolos. And let me say, you were the one I was least looking forward to.
Oh, that's some cold shit.
With that, the little bit of wreathed magical energy, you can barely make out an expression of horror on the face before the resounding blast sound rocks the room. The actual bullet itself, a trail of black smoke behind it as it impacts the front of Sicarian's face. The entirety of his head caving inward while the back just splatters across the scarred wooden wall behind him. The body just slumps to the ground immediately. You guys all kind of glance over at Percy. You don't even see Percy. You just see a humanoid entity made of black, swirling smoke energy with the peaked beak of his mask poking through.
Not 100% sure what's going on. Can I take my fairy fire concentration that I still have up and move it over top of the black smoke figure?
Can you move a fairy fire?
Oh no, can I move fairy fire?
I think when you use it, it just stays where it was. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
20 feet. Is he in it, perchance?
From there to 20 foot? No, not where you placed it right on him, unfortunately. That's okay. Yeah, no, it just happens once.
Never mind.
With that, you kind of recoil from it, and just the voice echoes in the back of your head going,
I'm going to drop the gun.
You drop it.
Remove my mask. Run to find something metal, something sharp anywhere on the table, and just start scratching off the name of the gun. And just like I'm gonna go to a corner and just start scratching the name off.
Okay.
It's disturbed.
Okay, that's your turn.
That's my turn.
Sir, Carrion is gone.
Whoa.
Annihilated. That brings us to Grog.
Percy's having all the fun, and I start smashing that fuck that's looking at Vax.
Right there. Okay, so you move up to the table, whoosh, swinging the hammer wide.
Might as well make these great weapon master strikes as well, just for fucking why not?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 15.
15 just hits.
Yo, that's awesome. Okay, and the second one. Oh, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
28, 23.
3 hits.
Okay. 15. 20 is the first one.
Okay.
With the fire damage. Oh.
Actually, that's 30.
Yeah, 30 is the first one. Plus 10. And 13. 16, 26 for the second one.
Okay, so as you rush up, you can see it's pulled out its mace and is swinging it a wide arc towards Vax. As soon as you rush up, it looks to you out of the corner of the eye, drops the mace, and before the mace can hit the ground, your hammer actually swings around, hits the mace, and then both your hammer and the mace slam into the side of his head, pushing him down onto the desk. Stunned, blood kind of spatters across the wood. It's just like twitching on the table, already done. And you swing the hammer, lift it up. Like a Gallagher performance. The head just.
Oh. This is disgusting.
Wow.
Oh shit.
Happy Halloween, folks.
Great weapon master.
Vuk is currently looking very.
He's voked.
Very. Yeah, he's vuked. All right, is going to cast haste on himself, and is going to run, dropping invisibility, and leaping through that window.
Doesn't the guard get a...
The guard gets an attack of opportunity, and Keyleth does.
But it's
Guard
just my
has advantage
Wait,
because
though. Okay.
we got threes. No, the guard misses with a mace.
natural 20.
Roll
Yeah,
damage.
with your fire hands?
No, it's with my staff, I'm assuming, right? Unless I guess I wanted to
No,
deck him in the
this
face.
would be with your staff.
Just with my staff.
You just
okay.
whack.
Beat him in the head.
So it's 5, so that's 11. I don't attack a lot. 13 damage.
13 damage.
Yeah.
Alrighty. As you smack him at that point.
I just kind of clothesline him. I see him running. I'm like, oh!
That brings him exactly to 0.
Oh!
Yep, exactly. You whack him right in the face, knocking the teeth out, and he just falls to the ground, unconscious and bleeding.
Good. Yes, keep him alive.
All right, that ends his turn. Wow, man, you surprise rounds, man. You guys are nasty. All right, Scanlan, you're up.
Scanlan's up?
Yeah.
All right, I go run up to the guard I have dominated, and I just... Is he still dominated? Can I change the domination?
I mean, you can cancel it, but otherwise he's just like...
But I mean, can I change it from kill your boss to...
Kill yourself?
Yeah.
To give up?
Yeah, you can tell him.
Okay, so I will...
You can't tell him to attack himself or anything.
No, I will tell him...
A little bit more powerful guy, though.
Tell him. Oh, go ahead.
No.
I was going to say, tell him to go tell anybody else in the house everything's fine.
Oh. Ooh,
Yeah, that's good.
That's good.
Yeah, because we should
As
kill.
Percy's,
We should
like,
kill the more
scratching out
powerful
his-
guy.
Tell him that everything's fine. Okay. You there, God! Go tell everyone that everything's fine. Go into that stinking cloud up there and tell all your friends that everything's hunky-dory.
Technically, Stinking Cloud is a concentration spell.
Is
correct?
it?
So if you were to maintain concentration on that, you would lose your domination.
Oh, okay.
So it's your call. Which one do you want to maintain?
The domination.
Okay, so the Stinking Cloud fades from the hallway.
Concentration?
I believe it is. Spells like that usually are if it's to maintain.
It is.
Yeah.
I never wrote down a C next to it.
Okay. This is where that circlet would come in handy.
Can I run over to Kyrion's body?
You will be able to shortly.
Yes.
You mean the thing that Orion took from me? Yeah, the thing that I needed? Yeah.
All right. He's used it pretty well a couple times.
Yes, so I tell him to go warn his friends, not warn his friends, tell his friends that everything's fine.
All right.
All is good.
Cool. Good to know. That ends your turn. Keyleth, anyone else going to take any specific actions?
I mean,
I want to loot the bodies.
I'm running over to Kyrian and just going to rage loot him.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the desk.
Okay, while you guys all do that, the guard leaves the room. You hear a few whispers in the hallway of conversations with a person unseen.
I walk towards the door.
Uh-oh.
A giant attack.
The conversation fades, and the guard walks back, seemingly job done. Also is going to make a wisdom saving throw. That is a 17. DC is still a 19. It remains dominated. You guys now, for the moment, the threat seems to have subsided. At the moment, you're still in the house, and there's still apparently things in the house. Whether it be guards or other individuals in the house that are on edge as they heard a series of gunshots ring out, screams, and other sorts of cacophony. The fact that this is even right now being handled is a very lucky series of rolls.
I want it said that this one should die. His magic is too strong. They could set better traps.
Can interrogate him though, get crucial information. He's an officer.
Can't talk yet.
So you're going through security.
I'm taking his swords. And I'm going to use his sword to just get that deep gouge into the gun. So.
Okay. And interrogate him in the room.
Oh, he has two rapiers, so it's like holding a stiletto. And you're just
Time up. We shove a rag
Grab
in his
it,
mouth.
and then anything he has on his body, I'm taking it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He has a potion of greater healing on him.
And then I kill him.
We never got around to actually using it.
And once there's a good gash in the name, I'm just going to sit down and breathe.
Okay. As you finish gashing the name out on the side of the metal and start breathing, you can see the name itself begin to glow with a slight dull purple glow and burn away from the metal, leaving just the scratch marks. From his body, you have two rapiers, regular rapiers, studded leather armor that is enchanted with a +1 bonus, and that potion of greater healing. So you can mark those down.
I'm keeping a very strong eye on Percy right now.
Okay.
Anything in the desk? Papers of any sort?
Going through the desk, go ahead and make an investigation check.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's tons. It's 27.
Yeah. You find wax seals. You find parchment. You find pocket change. About 6 or 7 gold pieces just left in there. On himself though, on his actual person, on Sir Carrion's body, you find about 320 gold pieces just as his own personal fund. Looking through the the desk, you find mentions of the bridge plan to move between the 2 continents, to go across the channel to
Oh, that's good.
Wildmount.
Grab that.
Just basically
Grab that.
plans, the discussion, a lot of what they were planning to do with Iman.
Okay.
Someone write that down.
I got it.
You also find a small notebook. This just has some hand notes of his.
I'll take it.
Okay. So mark that down.
I start bounding or tying up unconscious guy on the floor.
Okay, he's currently like he got to 0 hit points. He's bleeding out. So
Well, what about the dominated guy? He's about to save from it. Dominations, he can save from it at any second.
No, I thought we wanted to interrogate.
We do.
She does not. He's still dominated.
I take a rag out of my pocket and I roll it up and I shove it into Kyrion's mouth while Grog is tying him up.
Kyrion's dead.
No, not
Oh, I
Kyrian.
thought he was out.
Vux. No.
Kyrion has
Sorry,
no
the
head
baldy
anymore.
guy.
Baldy,
is out,
all right.
Yeah.
We tie him up. He shoves a rag in his mouth. I put one hand on
Right,
the top
thank
of
you,
his head
darling.
and the other
Yeah,
hand
yeah.
under his chin. Should we bring him back just a little so we can ask him some questions?
Vok?
Yeah.
Okay, but what are we gonna do about dominated guy? Can we tie him up to?
Yeah, tell him to go sit in a corner,
You
scan
can
them.
save from that any second. We need to like
Could stay-
off
he
him
could
or
save
something.
There'll be time for that.
I got it.
Thank
Could you tell him to look in the corner?
Oh.
Turn away, look in the corner.
Be brutal.
Blair Witch style.
Oh man.
Oh, this is so
Tell him
wrong.
about the
No, it-
rabbits.
Doesn't make a save.
Oh,
Knowing what's
terrible.
coming.
Grog, do you want to?
No, this is so wrong.
What?
What?
We're asking questions.
No,
we gotta
go for it.
we gotta bring Og
Are
back
you
just
on
a little
Vux
bit.
right now, or Vux, whatever? his
We're
name?
on Vox.
There's
Who's
no
gonna
one
kill
in
the
this
guy in the
Put him to
town.
sleep or anything short of me knocking him out.
There's no one
I can
working
put
for the
him to sleep.
Briarwoods with
Put him to
saving.
sleep then.
But I have to drop my thing first. I have to drop.
No,
He's gonna have to do
just
that.
knock.
Just knock him out.
I'll do it. I'm really good at knocking people out.
Apparently, you are.
Just knock him out.
Yeah.
Knowing what's coming, I'm gonna make I'm gonna druid craft some pretty like kaleidoscopy flowers in front of his face. Pretty image before you die.
All right. He seems momentarily confused before the
We're not killing him.
blow of the. Are you in blade or pommel?
Oh, pummel. Pummel.
Before we knock him out,
yeah.
should you make sure that whatever he tells people is truly fearsome, but not too descriptive about us?
Well, he already told his friends in the hallway
That everything was fine.
that everything's fine. So
Right,
now we're
but-
just knocking him out.
Yeah, we're just knocking him out.
Okay.
While all this happens, I'm gonna go over to Baldy, Lord Vok, or
Okay.
Mr. Vok, and pop a cure wounds potion into him.
Okay.
How far down is he? He was just at 0.
You
I
feed
brought
him
him
to
to
trinket.
0.
Yeah, he was like unconscious and was
Trinket.
making his death saving.
Toss the
I was
body down
treating
there.
him for that circumstance. When he goes straight to 0 like that,
Yeah.
you know.
All right, I pop a cure wounds into him.
Okay.
But so the guy in the corner, Scanlan, could you go stand next to him and tell him a joke?
Oh, I was giving him pretty
She
flowers.
already
What
gave
did
You already, are you standing next to him?
She gave him pretty flowers.
I gave him pretty flowers to look at.
You walked over and give him pretty
I'll
flowers?
walk.
Crap from a distance.
You're
I will
standing
walk
next to him.
I walk next to him and sort of distract him with
Yeah.
a little soft shoot.
Tell him, right. Thank you. That's what I needed. Boosh! I got an 18.
All right.
No, I got a 20. Sorry, I got a 29. And that is 8 plus 14, 22, 6, 7, 32.
32.
Wonk.
He is from barely damaged to nothing. He goes immediately unconscious in the corner, face down in the middle of a bookcase.
I drop 18 points of healing into Vok.
Okay.
Rags in his throat. You're gonna listen very carefully as my friends ask you some questions. You'll shake your head yes or shake it no.
What are we gonna ask him?
Yeah. Well, Percy? Percy?
I'm not available right now.
All right. Come with me.
Okay.
Where are the Briarwoods?
Where are the Briarwoods?
You gotta do yes or no. He can't do.
Are the Briarwoods?
In the palace.
Yes or no?
Just nod or nod.
This is really smart. I feel good about this.
Should we take the rag out?
No.
He can do spells.
Yeah.
I just want to remind you that my friend over here can split you in half like an apple. Right?
I nod his head yes.
Have you seen the Briarwoods this week?
Yeah.
Do you like working for them?
Do they know we're here?
Are they in the palace?
Do you
Sometimes.
know where they are?
Do they have pointier teeth than most?
This is mumblecore.
Yeah.
Is your life worth giving a little information? We want to know how to get into the palace without a problem. Got any advice? Now, I just want to remind you. He can take your head off, your knees off, your cock off, anything in half a second.
Just give it a little squeeze.
I'm going to pull the cloth out.
I cast blindness on him.
Okay. Okay.
Don't know if he's blind.
Suddenly he goes,
Oh, he's blind. He's blind. He's blind.
A little pat on the cheek. Now,
Oh, now I feel bad.
I'm a big fan of efficiency, so I'm going to pull this rag out, and you've got about 30 seconds to start talking about something useful. Otherwise, my friend is going to make you about 6 inches shorter.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn your head into a dreidel.
So we're going to start talking now, yes? In 3, 2.
Please don't kill me. I can show you a secret entrance into the castle. I know a way in.
It's not guarded?
I don't think so. They've closed it off. If you can find a way through, they won't expect it.
Is it the one in the forest?
There is one, yes, in the forest. Look, I can bring you to the project room. Under the castle. What they're working on.
The project
Please
room.
don't kill me.
Are they working
What's the
on
project room?
explosives?
No, they've been working on something. It's hard to describe. I've only been there once. It's beyond my interests, but it is part of the reason they even took this place.
Lord Briarwood is a vampire.
Aye.
What the fuck is Lady Briarwood?
She's powerful, I'll give you that. She scares you more than the two of them.
Is it hard to talk with no teeth?
It's more difficult than expected, aye?
I start to tilt his head, and I'm like, showing us won't work. We need a location.
It's under the castle. It's under the city. All the caverns are there. I can show you how to get there. I've been there. They've taken me.
Do you know what they've done to the ground here? Do you know why nothing grows?
Stuff grows. It's how I do the farming.
Stuff doesn't grow, though. Not like it should. What did they do to the land?
I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with what they're doing under the castle.
And what exactly are they doing under the castle?
It's an excavation. Or they're building something. I don't know the details of it.
You've no idea what they want.
Comparatively, I'm just a peasant to them. I worked with Carrion.
How long have you worked with Sir Stonefell?
5 years.
Were you here when he took the castle?
Yes, I was part of the incursion.
Good. You're very lucky. Because you're going to live if you show us and I bring out a map.
He can't see anything.
I know. Drop the size.
Here's the crinkling of paper.
Drop the blindness.
All right, I drop blindness and I drop seeming.
Look at me. Look at me. You're going to show me where on the castle is the secret entrance. Do you know who I am?
No.
You will. Mark it on the map.
He looks down at his bound arms and legs.
I take his head and I
With your nose.
shove his nose and his face right above the map. And I say, use your nose.
That's right. No. And he kind of spits in it, puts a little droplet. It's
Yeah.
loosely in the area of the western side of the mountain that the castle is built on, roughly around the entrance where you escaped when you and Cassandra left Whitestone 5 years before.
I know where that is.
That means we don't need you anymore.
But no,
Let
I
him
could,
live.
I could show you. I could show you where the project is. The tunnels. You need me.
You'll set a good trap.
I just want to ask, when do the Briarwoods come out?
Not often. You don't need to. Carrion does the work for him. Did the work for him.
Those giants, who controls them?
So Lady
We need to
Briarwood
leave a
does.
message.
She's the one who made them.
It's all over the room.
She's the one who made them. Lady
Can I
Briarwood.
propose something to you?
She's a strong one
like
with
it.
necromancy, she is.
I shoved
She
the
has
rag back in his
necromancy.
mouth for a moment.
Mark his face, take his tongue, let him loose.
His eyes too?
No, just his tongue.
His tongue?
Oh, this
Mark
is
his
so
face.
I stick my two fingers inside of his nose, crank back on his nose, reach in, and rip his tongue out of his mouth.
I cover Keyleth's eyes.
Oh, that was a bit more than I was.
Who said take his tongue?
I
That's a
didn't
natural
mean-
20.
Natural 20!
Natural 20, really?
There isn't even a
I'm
slow...
feeling like such a bastard.
There isn't
right
even
now.
a slow scuffle here. You just reach in,
Oh my god!
you immediately jam the cloth back in as the cloth
gets to live.
begins to slowly soak with blood. You hold, a good, almost a pound of muscle of a now motionless tongue in your hand, and bloodied at its base, and these tears are raining down his face.
Is that good enough for your message?
I take my gun.
Mark his head.
I'm going to shoot it very gently. I'm going to shoot it into the ground. I'm shooting the ground to muffle,
Gently.
to muffle the sound. Okay. I'm going to take the heat of it and I'm going to cauterize it.
His tongue?
His tongue, so he doesn't bleed
So
out.
you pull the cloth out.
I'm going to mark his head with the mark with the burnt with the still hot gun.
He starts screaming in pain as you're burning. What are you burning into his head? The symbol of the Zorla family.
It's a very complicated symbol.
I'm going to do it. And then I say we let him run out the front door and we set fire to the house.
I'm good with that. I got this.
Where are we going after
Whoa,
this?
whoa!
This is my whole thing.
Whoa!
No.
Whoa!
I like that. I like that a lot.
You would, though. You would.
Trinkets downstairs. We should leave trinkets.
Have we forgotten that this entire town is full of evil, undead vampire people?
Have we also forgotten that this entire town is looking for us?
They don't know we're here.
They will after we set
Yeah.
fire on the house
Yeah.
and send a man screaming into the street with your symbol
What
on
are they
his
gonna do?
forehead.
They don't know where we live.
They will. They're gonna go. Let's look at the burning smokestack of a house.
He's
and
going to be
start
missing
there.
by
We're
morning.
gonna
They're going to
leave.
know.
Yeah.
Wait.
We've got a guy painted all over this room. They're gonna find out one way or the other. Might as well do it with a little showmanship.
We're trying to make everyone know that
Trying
we're
to
here.
start a rebellion.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Come on, be the Mockingjay, Keyleth.
Don't make me laugh. This is dark shit.
It is!
We can stay the night before we release him and burn it down.
Fair.
Although there are a bunch of guards around.
We can't stay the night here.
All right, just burn it then. Let's get out of here.
Wait. Oh, hang on. People who are fellow half-elves. You look as horrified as I feel. What do you guys think?
I feel like it's a little stupid, since we have nowhere to go.
We can go back to our
We're in
old
the city.
hideout. We have the tavern. No one's found it.
Percival, I know what you have been through, to an extent.
Do you understand the house?
I don't even know what I've been through to a certain extent, but yes.
We came here to wipe out a scourge on this city. Careful lest you become the scourge you've come to destroy. These people have eaten shit for 5 years. I'm not saying that man was innocent, but he's had a hard road. Everyone here has had a hard road. I am maybe willing to overlook what just happened for all the hardship you have had, but careful how you are walking.
Hey, wait a second here, Vax. That was an enforcer. He kept the people oppressed. He worked for the Briarwoods and punished all of these farmers for not bringing enough taxes and enough
we turn
tithing.
into Jack the Ripper because of it.
Well, that's what a rebellion is.
I do like ripping.
There's no pretty way to do this. I agree that
I'm
there will be
fully
a moment
in
for
support
mercy,
with
but
burning
he
down
did
the
not
house.
deserve
I
it.
just feel like it might, backfire a little bit.
Look, I agreed to start a rebellion, let the people have their uprising, but I'm with Vax. I mean, I was trying to tell you this before we even came here, Percy.
Very well.
You don't want to become the thing that you are so desperate to seek vengeance on. How are we any different than the Briarwoods at this point?
We're not fucking vampires. Look, what are our options besides burning the house down? I'm open to other ideas.
We can just leave it as a symbol of our terror.
I've
and
marked him. I'm willing to walk away.
And where do we stay?
Somewhere else.
The tavern. We have to find another building.
I know a barracks. It's not too far away.
I agree with you with burning the house down. Let's find anyone who's in here and get them out, but
I think they'll get out when the house catches on fire.
your soul doesn't need to be forfeit, Percival.
Things are more complicated now.
Percy, is that last barrel for you?
No.
Okay.
And if
Good.
it was, would I tell you?
No.
Thank you.
Why are things more complicated, Percy? Clearly, we all just witnessed what just happened.
That was unexpected.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
That's a longer conversation. I think I will.
These guards aren't going to stay out for long.
Yeah, we're
We should
standing
set
in a
fi-
room.
We should set fire and get out of
Sometime
here.
We burn the house down. We find a place
this
to
guy.
roll up for the night.
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
He looks over at the body of Sir Carrion, which is still slumped against the wall.
Yeah.
But Percy, we need to have that longer conversation soon.
Soon,
I
but
agree.
not now. Let's go.
Let's get out of here. All right, we're setting this damn house on fire.
Let's do it.
All right.
I take the tongueless one and I throw him out. I keep him bound. He's bound amongst the chest and hands, and I throw him out the window. Run, motherfucker!
Or he falls out.
Leaving him bound.
That was a little.
Right.
Oh, wait.
He falls out into the rain, falling on his side.
Yep.
Just being rained on. He's trying to struggle with his bindings.
He'll get up.
All right.
The guard's unconscious.
His feet are free. Legs and feet are free. I was picturing
carry
like
him
chest
out.
and arms.
So, okay. Then
Yeah.
he gets to his feet. and
Grog,
starts
can you
running.
carry this unconscious guard out on our way out?
Sure.
All right.
Do I
You're
kill
leaving
him
Sir Carrion's
first?
body?
Huh? Sir Carrion's body?
You're leaving Sir Carrion's body to burn with the house?
Yes.
All right.
Well,
Are we?
it's a
No.
symbol. Why don't you
Let's
put,
take
we
him too,
wanted to put
fine.
it on
Might
the
as well
tree.
leave him out on the front step or something. So I'll grab Sir Karen
Can you carry both of those fuckers?
Yeah.
Threw one of them out. Like he's already gone.
No, well, there's the unconscious
Oh,
guard
unconscious
and the
guard,
body
yeah.
of.
I'll
Sir
grab
Carion.
unconscious guard and the body of.
He weighs like 600 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah, he's-
All right.
he's-
And I'm gonna say, all right, well, if we're gonna light this damn house on fire and make it
Can you
a
do it?
symbol,
Have fire hands.
we're at least gonna make it cool and make it the message that it's supposed to be.
There you go.
I turn into an eagle and I fly to the roof.
Okay. Flying out the window that he just shattered.
And I take, give me your symbol.
I'll give her one of the parchments.
Okay, you fly up. The rain is coming down on you. It's a little hard to fly, and you get up to the top of the roof.
It stings. I cast Flaming Sphere.
So you transform into yourself again?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Let me.
We're all gonna start going out the way we
cellar.
came. Yeah.
I throw unconscious guy and Sir dead.
Hope you guys are ready to get out.
I open up a bottle of wine and take a giant swig.
Okay. As you guys head back down to the cellar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys all head back down to the cellar. You throw them both out the window, including the body of Sir Carrion, out onto the yard. You head back down to the cellar.
I cast Flaming Sphere and I start moving it around on the roof and start drawing out the shape of the DeRollo family crest on the roof.
Okay. It'll take you a few minutes. You now see, as you're finishing the symbol, the Master Vuk running to the front of the building, and you hear the voices of two guards going like,
Master Vuk, what happened? Tell us. Unbind him.
Yes, sir. And there now the two guards that are at the front of the building are currently talking with him. You finish the symbol.
And I take my Flaming Sphere and I throw it right at the feet of where the guards are.
Okay, you're on the ceiling so you don't see them, but you know they're kind of off to the side of the roof, so you can like roll it off the roof down to them. They both freak out and react and seem to get into a defensive position. Start arming themselves. You can hear like crossbow bolts being set into place.
I run over to the edge where the cellar was.
Mm-hmm.
Grog.
What?
Come to the side of the roof.
You guys make your ways back down to the cellar where Trinket's waiting patiently.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, Trinket. Get out.
You guys come out to the cellar now.
What?
Catch me.
Okay.
Catch Keyleth. Are you guys are now out in the open, still during the day. The rain pouring down.
Running toward the woods? Where are we running?
Let's head back to the
You said
back
you
to
had
the
a
inn.
place.
Let's try the barracks. We're gonna try the barracks.
The barracks are attached to the castle.
Shit. Okay.
Back to the tavern then.
Back to the tavern for now.
They're gonna notice.
Stealth check real fast, guys.
I was just saying, do you have pass without a
Let's
trace?
fight some
Do you still have
zombie
any more
No, we
spells?
don't have pass. I mean, I can cast it right now.
If you want to quickly, yeah.
Yeah. Before we move.
Stealth checks.
19.
Did we get the pass without a trace?
Yeah.
So plus 10, right?
Yep.
34.
20.
25.
21.
24.
Sure enough, both the guards rush around the corner. You guys have already leapt over the fence. However, they see the fence. The fence is bent! And they go rushing towards that direction. You guys have already disappeared into the various alleyways, making your way back towards the inn at the center of town.
Not Trey. I mean, use it. It's Trey's
Dustin.
justice.
Okay, yeah. Just throwing it down behind us.
Okay.
Not exactly.
They're giving chase. They're hearing the sounds of your footsteps a little bit, but eventually their sounds fade. You do hear in the distance a bell start going off. Ding, ding, ding,
We're gonna
ding,
be
ding, ding, ding.
We're gonna go into the basement.
You start seeing people emerging from their homes hearing the bell, and you know this just to be a bell, a warning bell for whenever a fire breaks out in the city. You see smoke beginning to rise up, even through the rainstorm. There is, the fire is fighting the rain. But the smoke is black and it's starting to fade. You gather the building itself did not catch fire enough to burn into rubble due to the rain, but you've probably left a very visible mark on the roof.
That'll do.
People begin to gather from the outside, and you see folks running past the alley as you make your way back to the tavern that you currently have as your base of operations. You all make your way in safely from the rain. Take a deep breath and come to understand that you've definitely started the motion of whatever it is you're intending to do. Let's see how it plays out in the near future. We'll call the session there tonight.
Shit got hairy.
That was amazing.
That was dark, you guys. Super dark.
I found 7 gold.
I have a sword now.
So,
it's October.
Yeah.
Speaking of Percy and his crazy story.
So that's about to happen, yeah.
I'm guessing by now, if you go on the Geek and Sundry website, you can find his playlist.
There you go.
Music to burn a house to.
Yes.
music to violently murder
Yes, I was
people
gonna say
to.
music to murder to. Go check it out. It's great.
Music for a midnight murder.
Yes.
There we are.
Yeah.
Actually, I have some art that I would love to. Can I put on the?
Yeah, sure.
So just
Taliesin art.
Yeah, I drew pictures just in case everybody wants to see. This is the terrible thing we keep carving into people and things.
Or burning on rooftops.
And then this is actually the DeRollo family crest. So is another fancy thing.
Indeed.
So,
Put them
yes.
side by side.
Very, very cool and well done, sir.
Thank
well
you.
done.
Well done, sir.
I drew a picture.
Well venged.
So that shit happened.
Now,
Okie doke.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks you're crazy anymore.
I think I'm crazy now. It's going to be interesting.
You're all crazy. We've all seen it. Now we can handle it as a
Yeah,
team.
y'all's fucked up.
That shit, that got way darker than I was expecting.
Yeah. I'm sure that won't have any negative repercussions whatsoever.
Oh.
Yeah, about that.
Hey, man. Did we hit 10K?
Yep.
Yay! 1060.
Wow!
Guys.
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah, currently Starburns is winning.
Yep.
Yes!
Here's what they forget.
Starburns.
Jess and Steph are the ones that are doing this. If anyone's watched Jess and Steph's craft show, it will most likely end up being just a shaved face. If you think Jess and Steph can pull off Starburns, you're lying to yourself, and it will just end up being a clean shave.
I got a straight razor. We could go for this. You trust me? I mean, you know, I can get in there.
Moving on.
You trust me.
I can Sweeney Todd that.
Okay, so tonight, guys, we're just gonna be reading off the names, and we're gonna knock through them pretty quick.
There we go. Wait, we're trying to keep time down for week
I
nights.
love you guys.
All right, guys. So we have donating tonight 2 Extra Life. We have Connor Brown, Steven Sudaban Davis, Ravi Persuade, Mitchell Defoe. Sorry if I ruined any of these names, guys. By the way, Tom Reveley, Caleb Popham, Michael Holloway, George Rinn, Pumpkin Spice this bitch. The fourth.
Yeah,
the fourth. Anonymous donator. Good
job, Anon.
Thanks, Anon.
Woo! We have Patrick Toro, the Lost Hikers, Becca
The Lost Hikers?
Case.
They're still
Probably.
lost.
What are those two?
No one likes
Lewis Letter,
Lewis.
Emma returns. Emma Engvist. I hope I'm not ruining that too bad. Pernil Diddlefsen. That's a cool name. Arthur Gibbs. Another wonderful anonymous donator. Maxine Poliquin. Another great anonymous donator. Christian Hundley. James Bell. John Reap. Killer Penguin. Monica Dahl. Kayla Ernest. Tim Pearson. Another great anonymous donator.
Anon,
Pumpkin
goodness.
Spice this bitch twice more.
Whoa!
Well, one's the original and one's the second.
Oh, it carried over. I see.
There it is.
There you go.
I see. I see. The original and the second. There's a third in there somewhere, probably.
Somewhere.
Somewhere.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. It's
Thank
really,
you.
really incredible. Each and every one of you that donated to help Extra Life. Really, really
And,
appreciate it.
Extra Life's the best.
Since this weekend is the 24-hour Nerdist Extra Life stream, starting next week we'll go back to 826LA and get those donations rolling back in for 826.
But in the meantime, don't forget to go to LA 2050 and vote for 826LA so they can win 100K.
Hey!
So yeah.
I would also like to throw out there the other. It currently looks like it's a race between Starburns, Freddie Mercury, and Fu Manchu.
I like Freddie Mercury.
and Starburns are
Starburns
like,
really
see,
kind of
I
rocking it
was-
for me.
I was gonna suggest, and we had the Hunger Games reference. What was his name? Like Carrion or whatever? The game
Also,
master in the first
no,
one?
there is no way Steph and Jess have the ability to do something like that.
I almost want to see the Tri-Stash.
What's a tri?
Tri-Stash is when you shave the handlebar and then a smaller handlebar. And then a
The pole's out.
Shit.
The pole's out,
Oh,
man.
wow.
We
Is
also
the,
have.
is the Hitler on the pole at all?
Terrible person. That is the worst thing I've heard.
The Charlie
Blonde
Chaplin.
white
The
male
Charlie
on the
Chaplin.
internet. We're not going there. We also have a video to show you guys from a community member about their own D&D Extra Life stream they're doing this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. So we are going to show that to you guys here once you guys sign off. So.
Fantastic. Thank you
Stick
so
around
much.
tomorrow for Jess and Steph's birthday where they cut my fucking face up.
Yeah! That's going to be worth its own weight in gold. Well, all right, guys. We'll be back next week for our special Halloween episode. Critical
Thank you
Role.
guys so much.
I'm so excited.
Halloween.
We'll see how the story progresses,
vampire
darker and darker down this hole
exciting.
of horror and moral conundrum. I'm excited. I hope you are too. Once again, guys, thank you all so much. All our love to the Team Human Critter crowd out there. And is it Thursday yet? See you guys next week.
Damn straight.